finally actually join.
I think there is a question, do we have a lunch break or is it a non-stop session?
There would be tea breaks. I will put a schedule in a bit so that you get to know when the tea breaks are. So we have about total 2 breaks of 10 minutes each. That's how it will be. Yeah, I'll be right back. Give me a moment. Hey, Ahmed, great that you're joining from Indonesia. Very nice. Are you member of Elite CISO's international chapter, or did you just register? Is the voice not clear? And Rohit, you can hear me, right?
Yes, Vikas, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So there was a question from Mr. Morgan. Yes, there will be certificate which will be available. Yeah, so you can download that certificate. What I'll do is, if you attended our previous webinars, we share a secret to download a certificate. So end of the session, I will share the secret and the link to download the certificate. That's how you can do it. Voice should not be low. Rohit, is my voice little low? Because Nitin is saying it is little low. Or it's okay. Cool. It's so Nitin, there is something at your end that you might have to fix. And I'm quickly going to share my screen. Hope you guys are able to see my screen now.
Yes, we can.
Cool. Anybody else joining from outside India apart from Ahmed? Great, yeah. So as Rohit mentioned on the chat, there is a QA option and a chat option. So if you have any questions, you can put that in either QA or chat, whatever you like. Yeah, I mean, questions posted in a QA tab. General chat could be in the chat option itself. So it is 9:59 and I see about 60 attendees right now. We will start by 10:03 or 10:02. So we'll give it a couple of minutes for folks to join in. And somebody asked about the certificate. So guys, you need to go to the Elite CISO's website, and under website, if you go to events and under upcoming events, you will find a link to download the certificate. I will share the secret during to the close of the end of the webinar, and that's where I will share the secret, and you would be able to download it. So I see about 78 attendees right now. We will give it 2 more minutes. 10:02 will kickstart and jump into the webinar. Okay, somebody raised hand. Mr. Imran Khan, if you have any question, please type it on the chat. Yes, Mr. Duraswamy, agenda will be shared as soon as I start the session. So we are just waiting for 1 more minute for people to join in, and then we'll start with the agenda. Or rather, let me put the agenda screen first over here itself. Okay, so this is how the agenda is going to look like. So we will have 10 minutes break at 11:30 and 1 o'clock, right? Somebody was asking, do we have a lunch break? So I'm not sure if in 10 minutes you can finish your lunch, or you will have to wait till 2:30. That's how it is going to be. Okay, so I see 106, 107 participants. Shall we get started, Rohit?
Yes, I think we should start.
Great, sounds good. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to this Elite CISO workshop on personal branding. I am delighted to see that there were about 400 plus registrations. And as I see the number of attendees, I see like 114 attendees right now. The number will grow as I speak. We have been doing these webinars and workshops since the lockdown, since March. And I'm fascinated that every time during the webinar or workshop, we see new participants joining in. So can you type in chat and say yes that you are joining it for the first time, the Elite CISO's webinar or workshop? I would like to see how many people are joining for the first time. Okay, Muruganji, very nice, first. Oh, wow. So see, there are so many people joining for the first time. It is great. Welcome on board, guys. What I'll do quickly is I will do a quick introduction of Elite CISO platform. Oh, great. A lot of people are joining for the first time. Wonderful. So what I'm going to do is I will do a quick introduction about Elite CISO's platform, and then I will pass it on to Chahat for the session. If you are not speaking, please go on mute. I think one of the panelists is not muted. So I'm getting some feedback. Okay, good. Mr. Singh is on mute now. Great. So as you see on the screen, guys, Elite CISO is for CISOs and by CISOs. So we are not an event management company, as I say every time. We are practicing CISOs from industry who have started this platform, and it's almost 2 years that we started Elite CISO as a platform. And so what we do is we drive two main objectives, right? And our objective is to drive collaboration and knowledge sharing initiatives. So these are the two main focus area which we saw that initially were missing from the different events which were happening. So with this objective in mind, we started this collaboration platform where CIOs and CISOs can collaborate around their security projects, security issues and all. And then the collaboration we do via multiple options. So if you go to the chapters option on the website, you will see that 4 of us, we started this whole initiative like 2 years back. So Anuprita Daga, myself, Rishi Rajpal, and Fal Ghancha. We four thought about it and we discussed that, okay, there is something missing in the industry. The event management companies are doing all these security events. So why not we practitioners start a platform where we can collaborate with CISOs and CIOs. That's how we started it. And now we have chapters across India, right? So Delhi, Mumbai, Pune, Ahmedabad, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Kochi, and we also have an international chapter. And there are local chapter admins who are responsible for driving various initiatives of Elite CISO. So Delhi, Alok is the chapter admin. Mumbai, we have Fal Ghancha and Anuprita. Pune, we have Hemant and Parag. Ahmedabad, Paresh takes care of it. Hyderabad, Subhaji. So these are the dedicated and very active chapters. And for Bangalore, Chennai, Kochi, and international, we are looking for the local chapter admins. Though we have a good presence over there, but nobody has taken up the initiative that, okay, I am going to be the chapter admin. So if you are in one of these cities and you are attending these sessions, ping me offline if you want to take a chapter admin role, and I would be happy to add you to the group. Having said that, so this is how we collaborate, different chapters, local events and all. And from a knowledge sharing perspective, which is the another initiative or another focus objective of Elite CISO. So we do these weekly podcasts where we get different CISOs and practitioners from the industry, and we talk about a particular subject from a cybersecurity perspective. So whether it is surviving ransomware or threat hunting or security awareness, so we get practitioners who have implemented it in their organization, and they come and talk about their journey with the topic. So how do you conduct a security awareness program for a large multinational? That's what was done by Mr. Vishal. So if you need any information, you can go to the podcast section and you can review that. From a training perspective, see, we think trainings are very important. Webinars are good, 1 hour webinars and all, but trainings are required to improve your skill set with the changing technology. Okay, having said that, we did lot of workshop since March, right? So whether it is ISO implementation training, HIPAA training, cyber risk management, BCPDR, Indian IT Act, PDPB, GDPR, you talk about it, and we did conduct a training on that. So those are the different trainings we do. And last week we completed 12 hours deep down workshop on security around AWS. So that workshop also went very well. We had about 60 plus participants in that. And next week we are starting a cyber insurance workshop. What we feel is the cyber insurance is still an area where people don't have much clarity. So from a CIO and CISO perspective, it is very good to understand how you can use cyber insurance for your benefit. So if you like, go ahead on the website and register for this workshop. The cost is peanuts, right? 2,500 rupees for a session like, let's say AWS security workshop or cyber insurance is nothing. So I would encourage you guys to take benefit of it. And apart from it, we do a lot of webinars. So every week we conduct a webinar. So every Thursday since March, we are picking different topics and doing these webinars. So today you are in the personal branding workshop, come webinar, you can call it. And next week we are doing the webinar with Infoblogs on Thursday, 1st of October. So if you like, you can go ahead and register for it. Having said that, we are open for membership. We are actively adding more members, more CIOs and CISOs in our different chapters. So if you are attending the session and you are CIO or CISO, okay, listen carefully, guys. I get a lot of requests from people and vendors to add in the WhatsApp groups. We cannot do that, right? These are the closed group only for CIOs and CISOs. So if you are a CIO or CISO and interested in our platform, you can go ahead on the membership page, submit the form, and we will add you to a respective chapter. Okay, that's about the platform that we have. A couple of more things. So in the social initiative, we do a lot of things like women in cybersecurity. We try to drive, and we have amazing security leaders as part of our chapters like Shweta, Mansi, Sakshi, Preeti, Seema. I mean, from different locations, the cyber leaders are here. So if you are a women cybersecurity leader and you want to drive collaboration and motivate other females to get into cybersecurity, join us. and we will drive this initiative together. One very important initiative is around CISO fitness. This is not something we recently started. We have been doing fitness initiatives from past long time now. So you will see, we do running, different physical activity like squash, swimming, different options are there for fitness. So there's a separate fitness group as well. If you would like to join that group, ping me, WhatsApp me, and I will add you to the fitness group. You can go to this page and witness the testimony and first-hand experience of CISOs benefiting from the fitness track, okay, fitness group that we have. And as part of that, so what new initiative we did, we attend a lot of webinars and workshops, right? By sitting on the chair. And as it is said, sitting is new smoking, and it impacts your cardiovascular system and all. So we have a new initiative saying that if you are attending a webinar, attend it standing up. So like I'm standing right now in front of my computer and attending this workshop. So if you want to join this challenge, this initiative, at least for 1 hour during this entire webinar, stand up and attend the session. You will see the benefits of that, okay? So having said that, let me go back to this slide, and this is how the agenda is going to look like. From 10 to 11:30, we will have first session, and then we will have a 10 minutes break at 11:30, and 10:40 we will resume with the personal branding session. And after that, we will have a quick 30 minutes panel, and the panel is around EDR, right? So the CISOs who adopted EDR, more specifically CrowdStrike EDR, they will talk about their experience in terms of deployment challenges and the benefit they got from the deployment. And after that, we will again resume with the personal branding workshop. With that, I just have 2 slides to talk about personal branding. I think everybody knows what personal branding is, and Chahat will do a deep dive into it. What I believe is that it is the intersection of how you see yourself and how others see yourself, right? You might see yourself as a hero, right? You might see yourself that, okay, I'm a CIO, I'm a CISO, I'm fighting all these DDoS, ransomware, and different kind of threats. Okay, that's your perception. But what others think about you is very important uh, for you to get to a bigger table, right? Like this famous cartoon in cybersecurity industry is that, okay, now board of directors want you on a big boys table. With the COVID situation, work from home, overall IT CIOs and CISOs have got a lot of visibility, right? This is the time to encash that visibility. The management has to have a trust on you, and the trust comes from visibility, right? How you present yourself, internal as well as external to the organization, matters a lot in your career. So specifically for CIOs and CISOs, it is very important to have a good personal brand apart from the technical skills. So that is what we are going to learn today in this deep dive 4-hour workshop. And having said that, let me pass it on to Chahat. Chahat is a brand strategist, and she will conduct the workshop for us. Chahat, over to you for the introduction and for the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, because I really like your slides on the branding. It was very interesting and very appropriate. It's very well said. Hello, everyone. I am Chahat Agarwal. I'm the CEO of Impact Study Biz, and I'm a brand strategist. I help companies grow, basically, not just companies. I help people grow. I help the world grow. I tell them how we can leverage branding in business and branding in your personal life and make the most out of it. I'm just going to quickly share my screen with you. And lovely. Can you all see this?
Yep, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. Alrighty, I'm sorry, my laptop says click. Are you still able to see it?
Yeah, Chahat, we can see it.
Lovely.
Oh, looks
Okay.
good now, yeah.
Perfect. So, personal branding. As if you guys have attended my previous session, you guys know I like to start with a story. So this time I'm gonna use some real world stories, right? People you see in this slide, all of them, they're among the world's top 20 influencers as CIOs and CISOs who dominate the market. This list goes on up to 100 people who have the major impact in the industry. But what is it that all of them have in common? Are they all innovators, or are they all founders of a company? No, that's not true. Are they even all from the same profession field? No, they're not. But they all have the power to influence and lead the world of information security. The reason is because their story attracts the market. People listen to them. Their brand speaks volumes. They have invested in their personal brand and are leveraging it to succeed in their career goals. So today, let's explore more.
Sorry to interrupt, but I think we are still at slide 1. We are not able to view what you are referring to here.
Really? Can you see now? Sorry, are you able to view it right now?
This is on a click to exit. Yeah, now this is the slide with the CISO faces. Maybe the second slide. Yeah, this is the second slide we see right now.
Okay, lovely.
And Chahat, there is some background noise coming when you're speaking, some background humming noise.
Okay. Excuse me for a minute.
So till Chahat comes back, take a challenge and type the name of the people that you know on the screen. Let's see how many of you can recognize them.
Is this better now?
Yeah, sounds better. Let's see how it goes.
Okay. So, as I was saying, people on these slides are from the world's 20 influencers and as a CIO or CISO industry who dominates the market, right? Overall in industry, there are around 100 people who can dominate this market in the various segments. So as I was saying, they have nothing in common. They're not from the same field. They're not innovators. They're not all founders. They don't have the same education background, but at the same time, they lead the same market. The reason is because they have worked really hard on knowing how to leverage their personal brand to achieve professional success. So let's talk a little bit about a few of them. So Michael has fought the biggest virus outbreak over the net in 20 years. His TED Talk is the most viewed computer security talk in the world. He's known as a code warrior by Vanity Fair. He has established himself as a go-to expert on cybercrime for international news media. If you see here, based on the picture and the journey that he has taken, he has leveraged social media, he has leveraged YouTube. He has built credibility of his brand over the brand names of famous publications. He has literally pulled himself up using Vanity Fair, referring him as, the code warrior, and became the next gen expert. So he's the one who's targeting the new market rather than the established one. Now let's talk about Roy Hunt. Troy Hunt is an author. He is a director, and he's a world-renowned internet security specialist. He travels the world. He speaks at events and he trains people. So he's not in the same league. He says, like, according to him, he has positioned himself as someone who is there to help other professionals grow rather than competing with them. He has also created a website which allows internet users to check if their personal data has been compromised in any way or not, and all the service is free. So while he has used more traditional approach, like writing a book and like providing free platform services, the reason he did that is because he wanted to be different from the rest of them. He didn't want to be known as just an expert, but instead a professional who helped the entire field grow. So he's very well known on the global scale because of his training services and the free collaboration services that he provides to other CISOs. And I think that's what has made him very different and his own niche market. Now we come to Jeremiah. Jeremiah is amazing. I love this story because it is very unique. And out of all the people, this is one story that resonated with me because I am not very well versed about technology in that matter. Hence, Jeremiah's story of connecting with people resonates more to me. So Jeremiah's career span over 20 years. He is a founder of White Hat Securities, and he possesses a unique combination of technology skills and consumer emotions. He understands them better. So as a personal passion of application development and application security, he has brought in expertise from Yahoo and like multiple, like over 10 different organizations, and started spreading the word over the blog. He likes to interact with people, and he says that he practiced Jitsu and he has earned a black belt in it. That's a very important part of his brand story. So while everyone else talked about the accomplishments they have done in this field, Jeremiah took a completely different route. He built himself as a leader. So while talking about his entrepreneurial journey, he talked about how he understands the customer, how he stayed true to the connection approach by using blogging as a method to convey his thoughts and ideas and able to engage with people there itself. He has established himself as someone who inspires others, as a leader. And the reason why he brought on to mention that he has achieved a black belt in Jiu-Jitsu is because it really matches with his story. He brought a part of his personal life, again, going on the connection field, and he leveraged that to present himself as a tough and a strong leader without saying those exact words. So all three of them have different personalities, different stories, different set of audience, but the same industry. They all influence the same market because how carefully they have created their individual brand persona, how they execute each of them, and how they speak to their audience and connect with them in different ways. And let's be honest, we all are different. We are not same. So we need to find what is our unique story that people will connect with. So like me, have you ever wondered why there are certain people in our field that out of nowhere, they suddenly become like very famous all over the nation or even world? So they get amazing media attention. They deliver keynote speeches and big conferences. They attract the best clients. Are these men and women who are smarter than the rest of us? Or do they have some magical information that we don't know of? The answer is quite simple. Today, I'm going to tell you a little secret about these influencers. They are not different from the rest of us. In fact, many of them admit that they aren't even the smartest or the most knowledgeable people in their field. They are not born writers who just suddenly got up and started writing books. They are not born orators that are just so good with speaking the moment they get on the stage. They're not exceptionally charismatic, like the world just suddenly looks at them and gets attracted to them. Instead, they developed their personal branding strategy with time and expertise. That means each of them followed a different path and used different tools and methods, trying to discard what works for them and what doesn't. And they improved their technique along the way. By the end of this workshop, you will have a powerful advantage over the rest of the people. Even better, I'm going to give you a detailed roadmap of what is it that you can follow step by step to get a greater visibility and reputation in your industry. Today in the workshop, we will learn how to become relevant. I will be introducing you to what personal branding is. What is your roadmap, as in what are the few things you need to outline your personal branding? And then I'll tell you how to execute and manage that personal brand online and offline. Right now, my major focus is online because thanks to COVID, we need to learn to leverage our online platforms in the best of its utility. And it's going to be very interesting. So let's get started. What is personal branding? So personal branding is widely recognized as a uniform perception of individuals, a person, based on their experience, expertise, competency, actions, but for a particular set of community or a particular set of industry or marketplace. It is basically how people acknowledge you and identify you. While personal branding, on the other hand, is the process. It is telling people what is it that you do, like it's your way towards building that personal brand. It is the cautious and the intentional effort to create and influence public perception about you. It's about positioning yourself in a place of authority for your own industry and use the credibility and partnerships and collaborations to differentiate yourself from your competitors. This gives you the ultimate advantage over your career and increases the circle of influence. Now you just, like when you say something, it's not just like 10 people listening to you, it's not 100 people. Your number ranges from thousands to lakhs to millions to billions. The point is, if you can connect with people with your personal brand, there is a much larger impact that you can create in this world for others and for yourself. So let's simplify it. Personal brand is rooted in the minds of people in the market. It revolves around what other people say about you. While personal branding is the effort to communicate and present your own values to the world, it's about what you say about yourself. So we live in a time where everyone is focused on their branding as to what is the process, how do we do it, but they're not focused on the end result it's going to become. Like, what is your brand? Branding is a surface level thing, while brand is your emotional content. It's your emotional connection. It's your personal relationships. Anyone right now can hire a fancy photographer to take nice pictures, or you can hire a great designer to create amazing websites. You can hire content writers to write content for you. But that is what I call a surface level branding. You might think it's working, but then it is doomed to fail in the long run. And all the 20 people we saw on the other slide, the reason why it works for them is because those are the people who take time to create their authentic message and story and build a true brand around that. So despite the common misconception, personal branding is not self-promotion. It is not about being famous. It is not like having a good PR. It is not creating a fake story that sells. It is not about selling you. It is the art of telling your story in a way that adds some value in other people's life. It is about how you make other people feel. It is a part of you that you want the world to see and associate you with. So when you build a personal brand, so this is a very common thing when my clients come to me and they talk about is that, oh, I want to be like XYZ person. Like, for example, I want to be like Bill Gates, or I want to be like Obama, or I want to be, I don't know, Ritesh Agarwal. But the point is, when you build a personal brand around the idea that I want to be like other people in your field, you are easily forgettable because then you are interchangeable. If you're not there, they have hundreds of people like you available. If they don't like one thing about you, they're going to switch to another because then your story is not unique. So the majority of the personal brand experts will tell you that personal brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room. Personal brand is how you want people to perceive you. That's not wrong, it's right. But what is missing in this is that it's all about mind and not enough about emotion and actual connection that actually brings the loyalty and your long-term audience that stays with you for the rest of your life. And I think that if you can't feel it, and I'm not sure that your client can feel it as well, if you're not connected, it's not going to work. I have learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people never forget how you make them feel. So let's start with creating an authentic brand story that makes people feel something. So how do we create an authentic brand story? Let's build an outline. I hope each of you have a paper and pen ready, and because this is an exercise time, all right? How you feel about yourself, plus how your full clients feel about you is your personal brand. Yes, you read that right, your soul client. Your soul client is a human being who connects with you, who is in need of your product or services that only you can provide, and someone who will pay you for what you deliver. Keeping that in mind, now you know who your soul clients are. I want you to list down the name of all your soul clients and then ask yourself, how do you make your soul clients feel? The clients that you have currently, it might be 1, it might be 2, it might be 20. List them down, ask them, what is it that you make them feel? We bring the second layer on top of it. This is my favorite. I call it the zone of genius. This is something that comes to you naturally. It is something unique to you. Something that is so incredibly easy that you can't believe someone is paying you for it. Let me give you an example. So my zone of genius is problem solving. So I can identify and I can find solutions in like unique way to meet brand goals. I know it is weird, but it has helped me grow my business and it's a keeper. I can talk to any client and within minutes, I understand what the problem statement is and I can comprehend what the end goal they want to go to. And that allows me to create brand or business strategy. It is super easy. I'm not sharing this as a way to impress you, but it's an example because for a long time, I doubted the value of my own work. We think that the real value comes from hard work, pain, suffering, a lot of tear and sweat. But in reality, real value comes from ease. It could be as simple as you're connecting with people, you're genius at it, you have amazing math skills. It could be you're a communication genius or you are amazing at your writing. Each of you has one thing about you which is very unique and which is so easy that you don't understand why other people cannot get it, like why other people are so hell-bent on how difficult it is. So now I want you to ask yourself, What comes truly easy to you? What is your unique position? What is it that you offer to people that is unique? And does your audience know about your unique skills? I know for sure that you recognize something while I was talking, something that is easy for you, right? So best time to jot it down now, and I'll tell you how we'll use it further. Now let's move on to the third layer. It is the layer of acceptance. So our entire story is based on best of you. The brand talks about, your brand talks about what is it, the best thing you have to offer to the world. Why? Because we are building an authentic brand. We are not building a random story that sells. This story represents you. The moment you accept and love yourself, you inspire your audience to accept themselves too. And there's an instant connection. When you're confident about who you are, people can see that confidence and it makes them feel confident at the same time. I want you to list down your strengths and weaknesses, your fears and aspirations. And I want you to accept those and come to terms with it. This is it. This is who you are. Be okay with it. If you know how to communicate your strengths and weakness in a best possible way, they will be the crown jewels of your story. There is no such thing as perfect human beings. We are all flawed. And I think our flaws is how we connect with our audience better. If you know how to communicate it, your flaws will be the reason why you get your audience really quickly. Once you know what your strengths are, you can polish them and be inspirational in that field. And when you know what your weaknesses are, it will help you connect on a more personal level. So now ask yourself, what parts of you do you want to hide? How can you reverse that? How could your impact be when you're confident and clear about what you want and who you are? These questions will not just help you identify the storyline of your brand, but it will really make a difference to your own personality and how you interact with people. Let's talk about layer 4 of client needs. Because remember what we said, it's all about other people. It's about what value we bring to them. So the fourth layer is your authentic personal understanding of your sole client needs. Why do your clients choose you? What is it that you bring to their life that adds value to them? Because let's not forget, it's not about you're awesome. I'm pretty sure you are. But the point is, why do your clients feel a need that they need to call you instead of someone else? Why do they want to work with you instead of someone else? What space or the gap it is that you fill with your expertise or knowledge or any skills at all? So utilize your personal brand to create focus on specific service. Think about it is a spotlight on you, and ignore the common service that everyone else is providing. It could be just as simple as providing a certain sense of reassurance. It could be your clients are coming to you because of the quality, or some people might just come to you because you give them a better acknowledgement than others. So ask yourself, what is it that your sole clients really need from you? And jot that down. Okay. The moment you answer all those 4 layers of questions, you have an outline of your authentic brand story. So that's a great start. Now, let's recap. Personal brand is your story and its perception. People will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will not forget how you make them feel. To connect with people, you build an authentic brand story. And before you build the authentic brand story, what are the key things you need to keep in mind? Your soul client is someone who connects with you, someone who needs your services, and that person is willing to pay you for it. The real value comes from something that is easy for you, not difficult. Accept your strengths and weaknesses so that you know who you are, and you have to focus on what parts that you need to talk about and what parts you need to improve on. What value you add in your client's life? Why is it that pick you over rest of the world? Now, as we have understood what personal branding is and how the outline of your story is, let's dig down into a different level of personal branding and see where you are and where would you like to be. Level 1 is the resident experts. These are the people who are well respected by their colleagues, by their clients, but they do not have much of the outside presence. They are the people who are at the beginning stage. Most influencers or leaders you see today started at this very journey. Level 2, I call them local heroes. So this is when it's not just about your company now. People outside the company who are not your clients, who are not just doing business with you, they know about you. It's about your local community has started talking about you or have started recognizing you because of, let's say, you might have speaking engagements, or you might have started your blog, or you're more active on social media. These are the people that bring new business to their company because of whatever name popularity that they have in the local community. Then we come to the rising stars. These are the people who have moved from local experts to regional experts. They are now well known as, not as an industry leader per se, but like someone who is getting there. They have more speaking engagements in comparison to others. They have more writing engagements. It could be they're collaborating as a guest author. They're collaborating on public domains, or they're collaborating on other people's blogs with higher brand values. So because of this, they bring high quality of business and they charge much more money than the local heroes or resident experts. Now let's talk about level 4, the industry rock stars. These are the names who are very well known across the nation. And they're like the niche experts of their area. They attract premium clients and they charge really high fee. People like these are very significant to the firms because right now although they bring in more high quality business, but at the same time, the companies can afford them. So this is, I would say, one of the best positions to be, unless and until you're aiming for a global one, which I call global superstars. So these are the world elite stars. So they're not known just about their name in a particular industry. Everyone in the world knows them. They command higher fees, and all over the world, every company wants to be associated with them. If you see the difference, industry rock stars are the people companies want to hire, and they want them to be represented by them, while global superstars are the people that company want to be just associated with them, because then the moment you reach to the global superstar level, you can charge any amount that you want. Your influence over the entire globe is at such a level that even if you're associated with big brand names or any small name, there is a major money pouring into that brand. So Your first job is to figure out which of these levels describe you today. And then you need to decide what level of expertise you would want to achieve. To build a successful brand, you need to know where you are and be very clear on your goal, and it needs to be realistic, which is about talking about propelling you up from your field. And it is very easy. It's not that difficult. Remember, from the bottom of the mountain, the summit always looks like it is difficult to attain. But when you focus on the process of getting there by taking small steps at a time, you will find yourself looking at the amazement of the world around you that you have left behind and the journey you're taking to the peak. So before you jump immediately to become the global superstar that we all want to be, keep in mind that each step requires more effort and time than the rest below. For example, it is easier to move from resident experts to local heroes, but it is much more harder to move from industry rock stars to global superstars. To become a global household name, you probably need to invest a lot more money, time, and energy in it than the rest of the steps below. So now, let's start with the basics. What is our strategy? I hope you have listed down where you are today and what is your end goal, and what are the milestones that you want to achieve. Personal brand strategy is about planning how to take care of your reputation and leverage your career from no one to someone. It describes where you stand today and what level of visibility you want in the future. Based on that, we know how to outline our story and evaluate our current levels and determine where is our story going to end. So let's start building up your story. Brand story is the layout of your persona. It is made up of a complete picture of your feelings, interpretation, and most importantly, facts. And your story has to have an emotional appeal to build a brand persona that is going to attract people. Let's develop your brand story, and then we can come later on your digital first impressions as to how it's going to affect. This story will empower you and it will allow you to share your life journey, be in control of your story, to highlight all the accomplishments in your life, give a personal elevator pitch, provide the background and contact information we all wished we had the space to write on our business cards, and know what and if others are talking about you. Brand stories are not marketing materials. As I said, it's not selling yourself, it's about connecting. They're not ads, they're not sales pitch. Brand story should be told with a proper brand persona of your personality. Boring stories don't attract and retain readers, but stories beaming with personality can. So your personality drives the story, but the story is not your autobiography. It is an evolution of your journey told with passion and personality. People trust other people. The core reason why your story should be personality driven is because it will provide someone real for people to connect with rather than a fake character that people cannot understand. So we have established that personal branding is the art of telling your story. It helps in establishing you as an industry leader. It generates more money and it opens more opportunity for you. Now let's talk about how we're gonna get there and how to do personal branding. I want you to list down your values. These are the things that you believe in, something that is very important to you. It is like your soul, right? They're the core of who you are as a person, and it determines what your priorities are. Everything in your world is built around those values. Know who you are, as I said, know your personality. Your personality traits are your features. For example, how agreeable you are. Are you an extrovert or an introvert? Are you an open-minded person or you're shy? Once you're more aware of the different aspects of your personality, you can then decide how best to brand them and leverage them. Then, your journey. Determine what you want to be known for. Your personal brand is more than a reflection of who you are today. It is about a roadmap of where you want to go. By doing this, you will uncover the skills and traits that makes you different, that makes you unique. And as well as those areas you need to improve and get new knowledge in order to advance. Audience. Audience is the person who's gonna pay you, or it's the person who is gonna influence the other person to pay you. Think of it as your supporters, your lifetime supporters who are there to listen to every word that you say and get the desired outcome from them. Think about when you were young, you make sure that you go to your parents when they're in a good mood if you want an approval for a field trip or something, right? So this is a simple example that we implement on our own journey. It is best to invest your time and energy into an audience that is more likely to give you your desired outcome. Your brand is not for the world. It is for your market. It is for your community. It's about a set of audience that you want actions from. It is not about ego boost. It's about generating a sense of one strong emotion that drives people to pay you, to listen to you, to support you. Now, you can create your brand story based on these 4 pillars of your audience, personality, value, and journey. So let's go a step further. Stories produce trust, but not just any story will do. You must tell a story with right features, features that provide successful connection. It must talk about trust, integrity to build feature. So how is it that you do it? Keep it simple. Every story has a beginning, a middle, and an end. The 3-part model mentioned above carries this natural progression. So in the beginning, let's talk about the problem. Explain the problem that you set out to solve in your industry or in the world per se. You can talk about, no matter how tiny the problem is, make it bigger. Talk about how important that problem was for you, that you wanted to find a solution. You were tired of it. You needed to find a solution to make it better because you're passionate about it. The middle part, the solution. Describe how you solved it. Describe how you get there. All the things you did to find a solution for that problem, and end it with a success. Talk about how excited you got with the success of this entire journey. You might have been able to find the answer, you might not, don't know. But even if you're striving to find a solution, that is still a success. It is you doing an active work in making this world a better place. This is a form of story that people expect in any brand, personal brand. Everyone gets the beginning right. Everyone knows where a problem is. Everyone is happy to talk about it. But be careful with the ending. It is not supposed to be ending like, okay, I solved this problem and it's done forever. It's not the end of the road. It should be like finding a nice path, or it's a beginning of success and its continuation. It's about how you find this problem, you found the solution, you executed it, and now you're going to continue building that level of success over and over and over again. Simple stories are easy to connect with. They're more trustworthy. As some of the world's most famous brands and people have said, like, complex stories might sound interesting, people don't remember them. The best stories are the ones which are easy to understand, and they produce much more bigger trust than any other crazy climatic story that we can think of. So the story shapes your reason of existence. Your story should answer the question of why your business or your expertise exists. The answer cannot be to make money. It is very short-sighted. Your business might be making money, you might be making money, that's fine. But why is it that your brand exists? What is the reason? The answer to that question requires that you tell a story that brings a change. It improves lives, it disrupts the market. It could be anything, but there has to be something bigger than just yourself. The story describes the whole reason of the existence of your expertise. Something that, again, I'm going to talk about building trust. Careful customers are asking, why should I buy from you? If you can answer that question with your story, you've got them for life. Before you jump onto the next section, I have created some questions that we must first establish an answer to know what your story is, how you want to be known, and what you want to be known for. It's overwhelming when we start writing about ourselves or start collecting data or start like thinking back and reminiscing of all the things we did. So I think the next set of questions will give you a proper path of what specific questions and answers is it that you need to take care of. Number one, what are 4 things you wish every person you were meeting for the first time, either in a business or personal life, knew about you? Your answer could be, you want people to know you're an entrepreneur. You want people to know you do kickboxing. You want people to know you worked with Google or Microsoft or Yahoo. It all depends on you. What are the 4 things that you want people to know? Now we come to the second question. What 4 accomplishments in your life are you most proud of? And don't just think about your career. It could be anything. It could be you won an award. It could be you could climb Himalayas. It could be you were the employee of the month, or it could be you have won a comic tour. It could be literally anything. 4 accomplishments in your personal or private life that you're most proud of. Point number 3. What 4 leaders or mentors or authors or people in your life do you look up to or you trust the most? It could be, the answer could range from Steve Jobs to your family. It could be, again, my favorite is Michelle Obama. And it could be just your best friend, or it could be anyone you work with. Make sure that you know what kind of leaders. So listing this down will give you a better idea of what is it that you're idolizing. What is it that inspires you and will help you build your story? Question 4, What false secrets or the piece of data do you hope people are never able to find about you? This is very interesting. And please do not skip it because it will come and haunt you in the later stages of life. It could range anything between some people not knowing something about your personal life, or it could be like we all done college mischiefs. You don't want people to know that. Or it could be your competitors writing or talking about badmouthing you. It could be anything that you are not comfortable with, that you do not want people to find out about yourself. Point 5, what is your favorite quote? Your favorite quote can be, you can do it. It could be innovate, innovate, innovate. Or my favorite is, what's your impact? So find your favorite quote and then build on it. Similarly, like based on your favorite quote, drive your tagline or motto. What is it that you're doing? So point number 6 is, what is your tagline or motto? It could be making this world a better place, or bringing a change, or being best in what we do. So get a line, like jot down multiple lines actually, and see what is one line that you resonate the most to. It's best to do brainstorming and think it with your own, like individually. Do not get people involved in it unless and until they know you well. Question 7, what are your favorite 2 pictures of yourself? It is hard to find, I get it. I myself have struggled with finding just 2 pictures, and we always find a need to like change it with time. But find 2 pictures, and those will be your primary pictures that you're gonna put on all your social media platforms. Professionally, not personally, but professionally, yes. All the blogs and articles you will be published in, something that is easy to recognize you, and it becomes like a logo in yourself by using your own picture. Question 8, what did you do or say to create authentic relationships with your friends today? This will tell you how you connect people on the emotional level. Did you help them out? Or are you a great listener? Or do you have financial expertise that people seek after? This will give you an insight of, again, your personal level of why people are your friends, and you can leverage that to connect with the outside audience. Question 9, when you vent out or when you share your ideas, how do you do it? Do you write them? Do you call a friend? Do you use Skype? Do you use a video? Do you talk to yourself on a selfie mode? What is it that you do to convey your ideas? When you figure that out, you would know which channel or which platform is good for you to share your thoughts and your content in the way that you are comfortable with. Now that you have answered all these questions, you have a framework of your story that you can tell others. Combine these 9 answers with your resume and your cover letter in a story format, obviously, and then you're ready to go for the next step. Our human brain is wired for stories since we are kids. When we hear a story, our imagination lights up and it triggers different emotions. But what's even more incredible is that an imagined experience is processed the same way a real one is. And this is why people resonate so strongly with a story. When we are listening or participating in a really nice story, we feel as if we are a part of it, as if we are the one that the story is about, and we feel the same emotions that the other character or the other person who's telling us the story is feeling. So when we interact with a story or a brand story at that level, we begin to understand the meaning behind the word, the meaning behind the normal message which is conveyed. And that's what makes a difference. So there are a few things I want you to keep in mind. Stories are really about people. When you develop your story, focus on real characters, real events. People connect with stories as you know, as long as it sounds and it feels real. The moment you present yourself as a God, almighty, who's like changing the world and nothing is impossible, you will lose them. Your story has to be engaging. People have really short attention span. Audience gets bored very easily. So find a way to create that interest, and that will come in from your personality. Use the language that allows the audience to visualize the event. Make it interesting for them. Create an emotional response. Stories are emotional. You do not want to think about things that people don't care about. We talk about points in your story that creates emotional response. Something that makes people feel something. You don't need to be just about words. You can craft a story with image alone. How you look, how you talk, how you walk, what kind of people you're interacting with. That is an additional part of the story that people can connect with. People can aspire to be just like you without knowing your actual story, as long as you embody that story on the other aspects of your life. Your story has to be clear. At the end of a story, the audience needs to know what it was all about. It can't be just blabber of words. They need to know what they get out of it. They need to know why you're telling them the story. It needs to have a point. It cannot be just, I'm here to convey my story. If you like it, great. No, you want them to like it. You want them to get some value out of it. And the most important, which I know I'm going to repeat again, which is keep it short and simple. Think about where the audience will be when they encounter your story, when they hear about your story. Craft the story only as long as they want to commit to that moment. And remember, storytelling is all about driving an emotional connection with your audience. Simpler it is, easy it is to connect. So the great example I really like of a successful storytelling comes from Ben. He's the co-founder of Pinterest, okay? He's very soft-spoken and he's a very reserved guy, and he tells his story with like a lot of passion and authenticity. So his personal brand grew when he started talking about his story more, when his team started talking about his story as well. Their stocks, their evaluation, the investors, everything grew. So you can check out his YouTube video. I have a screenshot of it here, is how he became the next best thing, right? He talked about how he loved internet, and that's all it is. It's very simple. It is very easy to connect with. And he's like a common man who's talking about his passion and his journey. So stories are like a vehicle of trust and belief. When people hear your story in more than one place, it reinforces their trust. When they start telling you a story about themselves, they trust you even more. And when they go on different platforms and each platform has the same story about you, that consistency keeps them glued to you. As a a conclusion, stories are powerful, but do not get stuck with your story. Do not think that whatever I have built today, this is the story for the rest of your life. No, it's not. The great thing about a story that it lives on, it's alive. Real story keeps on telling, it keeps on going, keeps getting better, it keeps adding multiple people and different aspects of your life that you haven't shared earlier. So you need to keep your story alive. And by continuing to impress your customers and give them the best experience possible, your brand story will build a foundation. This is why people will trust you, why they will buy from you, and their personal experience by working with you or interacting with you will cement that for going future. I want to do one thing. As I know, I started really quickly with my questions. I'm going to leave the slide on for like 2 minutes and let you have a look. And I really want you to answer all these 9 questions right now with whatever comes to your mind. The reason why it is important is that the moment we get to the next steps, if you're not aware of these 9 answers, you will not be able to comprehend how to deliver the story unless and until you have a story, right? So I'm gonna leave it here and be mute for like 2 minutes. And please list down any answers and you can ask any questions in the chat if you have.
Chahat, you're on mute if you're speaking
Yes.
something.
Yes, sorry. So I just saw a couple of questions and let me illustrate a story for you. My favorite story that I worked on is of Ritesh Agarwal. He is the CEO and the founder of Oyo. So when we were building Ritesh's story, we took his persona as of a common man, someone who is young, someone who is simple, someone who has a lot of passion and vision, but is still at the learning stage, right? So he had a list of people he looked up to. We made all these lists that I'm sharing right now with you. And then we built a story about a kid who dropped out of college and was traveling in India and with a very little money. And he had really hard time finding a good quality hotels because, well, on a budget, people were not even providing basic amenities which is your right? And that entire experience really frustrated him. And that's how he came up with Oil Rooms. And this is a 100% true story. The whole point is that building that story and talking about his journey, what was the problem he saw? The problem he saw was the market, the entire hospitality market, budget market, was not providing the amenities that the youngsters need. The solution he found was building Oil Rooms which is again a budget-friendly hotel, but that provides the 5 promises. And he worked hard to make that happen. What is his end goal? Like, what is the success? The success is that he opened up the hotels to everyone. And yes, whatever operational issues there were, but he still tried to stick to his promise to provide the 5 basic amenities in the most cost-effective way. And there were few things which worked, but didn't work. And your personality, your brand personality is very always closely related to the company you are working for or the company you're building. As a young person with just passion, but not enough knowledge, he always chose to work better or to learn. And then, there was bias to action about how we need to act first and how we can do problem solving on the way. That same thing you see, it reflects now in his brand story, in work, in multiple ways. Till last year, it was one of the biggest growing companies, the biggest growing startup in the world. It was the 2nd largest hospitality company in the world. So his vision of providing quality spaces, he could achieve that. And your story, again, is will build on and on and on for the future. Who knows what it is right now, but in future, we'll see, like in 5 years, it will add more aspects to it. It could be about how they beat COVID or how COVID beat them. It's alive. It's going to keep on going. But this questionnaire is more about knowing yourself right now. So to build that first 3 segments of what is the problems that you identify, what is it, how is it that you solve them, and what is it that you succeed towards. And these 4 things that we are talking about, that every person, you tell what is it that you want them to know, or what are your accomplishments, or what are your leaders, or your favorite quote, is what builds your entire personality of your story. It gives you pointers to make it more personal. It gives you real life ideology, which is not preachy, but it is more talking about human connection that people will listen to and will understand you better for. I'm going to go ahead because I realize there's more slides I would like
Shahad,
to cover. Yeah.
I think there's a comment from Ashish Mishra on chat, if you can review that.
Okay, sure. I seem to not able to see it.
So I'll read it out for you. It is talking about you see it now?
Yeah. No, I don't. I just see for Q&A.
Okay, you don't see a chat tab. Then I'll read it for you. On your current slide, point number 4.
Yeah.
So what Ashish is saying that if you share those secrets, they won't remain secret, anymore. So what's the deal here?
Okay, so the reason of the point number 4 is not about sharing those secrets with people, okay? It's about you knowing, listing that down, and then we'll tackle it. So in further slides, I'll tell you how is it you can manage those 4 secrets or the piece of data you don't want people to know. Because I'll be honest, here's the thing. We say that you have to be honest with your doctor and you have to be honest with your lawyer. You need to be honest with your brand strategist as well. Your personal brand is literally your reputation. If you don't know what is it that you don't want people to know about you, you cannot control it. So when we list down these 4 secrets, it is basically making sure to do damage control or be prepared to do damage control rather than making it public. It is not about including it in your story. It's about tackling it. Like, let's say there's an article about you. It's a very common thing. So what competitors do usually is that there are some attack articles in which it is very subtly put that this particular person has done something, is not, let's say, authentic, or is not a great leader, or it's like it has some frauds or XYZ things. Unless and until you know that this is something you don't want out there, your PR team or your branding team cannot help you with it. They need to know what data they need to bring down from the network and how, and even if they're not able to, how is it that they can tackle it when, if it ever is known in future? Think of it as airbags in your car. When we drive a car, we do not expect to go and have an accident, right? But when we do have an accident, we have that airbag protect us. That's the point. So these 4 pieces of information that you don't want people to know about you are your airbags. Unless and until you're prepared, or unless and until you know how to deal with it, it can hamper your entire brand reputation if it's not managed. I hope I answered that question.
Yep, sounds good.
Perfect. Lovely. Someone just said, what if you don't have answer to some of the questions, or if they're not, what if they're not significant? All the questions here are significant. You must have answers to these. If you think that there is no piece of information that is online that can affect you, great. Fine, we can skip that. But what is your favorite quote, or what is your tagline, or what are your 2 favorite pictures, or how you build authentic relationships, or every other question must have an answer to it, because that's how you build your brand story. Yeah. Okay, guys, I'm gonna skip forward and talk a little bit more about your brand.
So Chahat, just to mention, we have a break at 11:30, so that you have it in mind while you logically break the session. Thank you.
Of course. I'm just going to take 5 more minutes, guys, and then you guys all can have a break. Cool? Perfect. So your personal brand is who you are, and you must define it. Tell your story and share your passion. Any story which lacks a sense of passion, or it lacks the sense of that emotional drive, it becomes fake. It becomes more like a written brief that people are reading out, and something that is like, oh yeah, everyone has a similar story, so what? No. So bring your passion and personality into it so that you know who you are and you're not afraid of it. Okay. It is very easy for people to derive interpretation of messages in their own perspective. So now you know how to build your story. Like, you have built your story. You know what are the questions you need to answer. You know what are the different layers. You know where you start from, where you have to go. But what makes it successful is how you say it. It's about being sensitive with language, with culture, with mannerism. It's about how you exhibit your brand story, what words you use, what is your tone of voice, how is it that you communicate a sentence, what kind of emotions do you add in that sentence, and that is what stays with people. It is not about random words. It's not about best example is people who like to read. Reading Shakespeare and reading Jane Austen is not much that different. They both are like old period love stories. They are both tragic. None of them are happy. But at the same time, their writing styles, how they communicate, what characters they give more prominence to. And similarly, it's with all of our stories, where we want the focus to be, how people talk more about changing the world, like Bill Gates, or how people talk about changing the world, like Elon Musk. They're both talking about the same thing, but from their own storyline, with their own personality, with their own passion. And now, in the next session, after the break, we will talk about how to tell your story, what kind of personality you need to bring in yourself or identify in yourself and bring that to your story. And why is it that we are so focused on building the story and talking about it so much? So I'm gonna leave it to that right now. And then because we can start with the break if you like, and we can connect in 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. If you can stop sharing, I'll share my screen with the timer on.
Of course.
Okay, guys, your time starts now. So we will meet back in 10 minutes.
Perfect.
Cool, thanks. Great. I guess we are all back. So Chahat, over to you. We can start the next section. Hi, Chahat. Are you back?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. We can start.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. I'm just connecting a couple of things.
Sure.
Okay, perfect. All right, let's start again. So before we start with how to execute this branding, we need to understand the importance of personal brand and how it needs to be conveyed. We're going to cover now as to how to deliver your brand story. Now you know your brand story, you have answered all the questions, you have written all the details, but how you say it, that matters. It is the how that is the key to people's heart. Pick your personality from this archetype and build your tone of voice and persona around it. Brand archetypes are not about appealing to everyone, but to a specific group of audience. So let's see, there are 12 personas that you can fall into. Most people will resonate to one of them. And it may happen that over the period of a decade, you can move from one persona to another quite strongly. But for now, I want you to pick one personality that resonates the most to you, or it is closest to your personality. I'm going to go forward and explain each persona in detail. So we all have basic human desires. We have different human emotions. We aren't taught to want them or need them. We just do. It is instinctive. It is primitive. I'm sure you can relate to one of these emotions that are generated by the archetype. Liberation. Any person who generates a feeling of liberation is like an outlaw. It's a rebel. Someone who talks about, who gives you a feeling of power is a magician. A mastery is the hero. Intimacy is the lover. Enjoyment is the gesture. Belongingness is everyman, common person. Service is the caregiver. Control is the ruler. Sense of innovation is the creator. Sense of safety is the innocent. And understanding is the sage. And freedom is the explorer. As you look at these, you can assign multiple names of people from your life, from outside world, from actors to characters to movies to brands, to each of these categories. It is because of how those emotions are communicated to you and how they make you feel. So let's start with the outlaw. Outlaw, or known as a rebel, has a desire of revolution. They want to change the world to be better. They don't like fixed rules or regulations or conformity, like putting them in a box. They want to remove any form of restriction to their freedom of choice or for anyone else. These are the ones who are driven by goodness, but they have a sense of aggression in their brand, in the way they talk, in the way they express themselves. They're a dominant force. So they are the ones who believe that rules are meant to be broken. Their brand voice is very disruptive, rebellious, strong. Their message that they communicate to people with this feeling is that you don't have to settle for the status quo right now. You need to demand more, and you need to go out there and get it. The most famous brands linked with this persona is Virgin, Harley Davidson, and Diesel. If we go in the character world, you can see, like in Star Wars, Han Solo is an outlaw. Indiana Jones is an outlaw. Katniss Everdeen in Hunger Games is an outlaw. And in real life, Richard Branson, who's the CEO of Virgin Airlines, is like the perfect embodiment of what an outlaw leader is. Then we move to magician. So magician is very different. It talks about power, but not like a king, but more like, I can make this happen for you. So magician strives to make dreams come true through somewhat mystical and imaginative way. They have ability to take people on a journey of transformation through the experience of magical movements. Their transformation is more like less to more, sad to happy, broken to fixed. They believe that we are only limited by our imagination, and they are the ones who defy the common beliefs and laws of reality, and they create a better future through that. Magicians have a thirst of knowledge, they're knowledgeable people, but at the same time, they're not very open to share that knowledge. They want to use that knowledge to show their vision, to make that into reality. So magicians say or believe is that it can happen. If you can think about it, it can happen. They talk in a mystic, informed, and reassuring way. The message they communicate to people is that tomorrow is brighter than today, and all your dreams can come true if you believe in them. My favorite example of the brands are Coca-Cola, who always talks about, there was a very nice ad Coca-Cola made about when everyone else was talking about war, terrorism, guns, gun violence. They made a video about why the world is talking about it. Let us give you some bit of happiness. Let us tell you about how many toys are made every day instead of guns. Let us tell you how many countries are coming together and collaborating, and how people are bringing happiness in their life. They talk about connecting the world through a product. Similarly, Disney. Disney is the perfect example of a magician, and so is the founder, Walt Disney, about it. So Disney says that anything you can imagine, it will come true. There are no limits to it. And their approach for their field and the work they do and their expertise is so well matched that people instantly understand and connect with it. You don't need to explain it. How does he make it happen? They just know it, because from the person to their product, to the spokesperson, to the founder, everything talks about this persona. Then we come to this brand, Dyson. It's a newer brand, like it's in the product market space for technology of cleaning or hair dryers, equipment. And they have made tremendous change. They also believe that if you can think about it, it can happen. their design quality, their product quality is so amazing. And it's so innovative in nature. It's like literally, I don't know, tomorrow they can come up with a spaceship if they can. Like literally, the brand that has set in people's mind is that Dyson can do anything. Like they can make it happen. If you can imagine it, they can make it happen. So these are the brands. Let's talk about people. So if you have seen House of Cards, Frank Underwood is a really good example of a magician. He makes things happen. He's mischievous. When he talks, he's reassuring. He has that sense of authority, but at the same time, he can make things happen. Jay Gatsby in The Great Gatsby, or Sherlock Holmes, they have a sense of mystery around them always, but people are not afraid of that mystery, but instead they are attracted towards it and they embody it. And the real life example, as I said before, is Walt Disney, to literally taking his vision and his imagination and people's imagination and bringing out the product that speaks volumes. Now, the hero. This is interesting. So heroes' main motivation is to prove their worth through courage and determination. They work hard in order to have skills they deem required, or they take pride in the work and they themselves rate them. They set bars for themselves and to keep themselves apart from the rest. Like they think that they have to achieve something more to be relevant. They need to meet challenges head on. They carry defeats and failures until they are corrected. They're not the people who's like, oh, this didn't happen, that's fine. No, they want to make sure that any skill that is not working out for them, they make it better. So the hero persona is that they want to save the day. They want to prove their worth to people and to themselves, and let the world know the abilities that they possess and what do they bring to the table. Heroes' message is that where there's a will, there is a way. They do not give up easy. You can they talk about their brand voice is about honesty. It is candid, it is brave, it is very straightforward. And the message they communicate to people is that we can make the world a better place. We have the gift and the determination to work out the rest. If you see in all the three personas, we are talking about making the world a better way, but in all different directions, driven by different sort of passion, driven by different motives, driven by how we communicate those things. Best examples of those brands are FedEx, Nike, and Adidas. They all talk about being perfect in their own segment. They all inspire people. They always course correct. They are not like, oh, this is all we are. They're always changing with time and making sure they are better at any given stage. The example in the characters of the hero is literally the heroes, like Wonder Woman, Captain America, Batman. And in real life, it's Michael Jordan. So Michael Jordan, if you're aware of his career, his brand literally rose really high, had a crazy fall, and then went back up again. I always tell all my clients that always read a story of Michael Jordan as to how he built his personal brand and how he managed the bad reputation or the bad events that come across his way with the major dip that happened, and how he got back on track. So Michael Jordan stood for perfection. He was like, no one is perfect, but I want to be there. I'm going to make sure that there is my skills are the best. I'm going to make sure that my team works hard. If they are not going to do it, I'm going to make them do it. It was his enthusiasm about making sure that everyone brings their best effort to the table. It was his I will save the day, like not just I, like we will save the day and we will win the championship, or we need to prove our worth to our fans, to our people. It was this persona that gave him a crazy, massive fan following. So that even when he left, for a short period of while, he left basketball, and when he came back, he was not at the same performance level where he was earlier. It's understandable. But fans are never easy. They expect if you say you're the hero, you have to save the day every day. They do not expect failure from you. And the best part is, when I talked about what are the few things you don't want people to know about you and how to manage them, this is when it comes in play. That's when you become more human. That's when you become from an alien to a normal human being. And that's when you connect with people that, okay, I get it, that I messed up, but now I'm going to move forward, I'm going to improve, and I'm going to bring back a better game. I'm going to win more championships. I'm going to work 10 times harder than I did before. And when he did that, it was that journey which added to his personal brand story is why he had much bigger fan following the second time than the first one. And that's the hero persona. Let's talk about the lover. So lover persona desires to be desired, if that makes sense. Like they want people to want them. So they experience closeness, pleasures of the world. They seek people attention. And they want to work towards achieving it. They are motivated to become more emotionally appealing or more physically appealing and increase their capacity to attract others towards them. And it is not just, I'm not talking about the surface level attraction. I'm talking about, it could be emotional attraction. It could be literally your need to want people to want you. So the biggest fear of the lovers are being unnoticed or unloved or unwanted because they are passionate about desire. And that's why sometimes this is a very tricky persona. So it needs to be created very precisely and it needs to be managed. There has to be more management that's placed here. Because these are the kind of people who are not able to handle judgment very well. And even when they have their consumers or customers or audience, they still have the fear of losing them. And that's why they work more on the brand retention or the people retention rather than marketing or bringing in new people. Their belief is that I have eyes for you. I only have eyes for you. Like you are my audience. You are my focus. I don't care about the rest of the world. You, my audience, is what I care about. Their brand message is your striking beauty is impossible to ignore. The beauty in this term is variable. It could be a skill, beauty of your skill. It could be beauty of your services. It could be beauty of your emotions. It's like, it is not possible to ignore you. This is what they tell or make their customers feel. The way they talk is very empathetic. It is very soothing. They're not loud. They're not bold. They're very nice, pleasurable, empathetic, soothing, calm people. And the best brand examples of these lover brands, what I call them, is Chanel and Victoria's Secret. It's like they have worked so hard to make it like to create this particular market in which they literally sell attention to people. In character world, if you talk about people, if you have seen Twilight, Edward, who is a vampire in it, he was that lover character in which he wanted the attention. He wanted people, like he wanted someone, that particular audience to want him. And it really feared him that he will lose that. Similarly, it's Jack and Rose on Titanic or Samwise on Lord of the Rings. And in real life, it's Prince Harry. So the way Harry projects himself to his audience, to his people and public, he would want people to want him. And when he tells people, you are my audience, those people feel empowered. They feel like, okay, we are special. We get to talk to him. We get to meet him. Not everyone has access to him. So hence, it is more on the exclusivity rather than the quantity of the people and the quantity of the people or the global scale you're at. It's more about the quality of the people you want to attract towards you and retain them for the long term. Let's talk about the jester. So it's all about having fun and living in the moment. It's only like, it's not just that they love having fun by themselves. It's like they feel like it's their job to make sure that they bring happiness to the world. Like they're the ray of sunshine in everyone's life around them. So these people are very optimistic. No bad event can keep them down for the long time. They have ability to see good in every situation. They're young at heart and they have like a childlike nature and they have long list of friends. And they do have a serious side. They do have like what I call a grown-up side to them. But at the same time, they think their job is to bring happiness. The message, you can say the tagline is like, if I can't dance, I'm not a part of it. So they are very fun-loving people. When they talk, it's all playful, it's optimistic, it's full of energy. It's about fun. It's about making you feel good. And the message they communicate to their audience is that we are here for a short time. Your life is limited. So let your hair down and let's start living it. Like, let's not worry about tiny things. Let's see the good in everything. Best examples of these brands are Dollar Shave Club, Old Spice, and M&M. The character is like you find in the books or the movies are like Tigger in Winnie the Pooh, Stifler in American Pie, or Timon and Pumbaa in Lion King. In real life, it's Jim Carrey, the actor. So Jim Carrey, although has done a wide range of roles, some are very serious in nature. But I was listening to his recent interviews. I was doing some research on him, and he said something very interesting. He said, if I cannot bring a smile to people's face with any of the role that I'm doing, I don't want to do it. That role is not for me. So this guy literally turned down so many movies and so many offers and so many brand collaborations because it didn't match with his brand persona of bringing happiness. It didn't match with his persona of seeing goodness in stuff or goodness in anything that goes wrong, or smiling or laughing even in the rain. And when we know what our brand personality is, that helps us with our collaboration with other companies. Because I'm not sure if you're aware of this, so Jennifer Aniston used to talk about women's rights a lot. And then she did an advertisement for, I don't remember, it was some airways, maybe it was Emirates, not aware. Some countries' airways in which there was a major riots were going on about women's rights. Women were not given proper rights in that country. And because there was such a big conflict of her own personal brand and the brand she was associated with, she lost a major fan following because people started saying you are fake. So everything you have said till now, it means you don't believe in it, because if this is the people you're associating yourself with, then that means your entire persona of women's rights is bullshit. It's not something which is you. So whenever you pick your persona, make sure that you collaborate with similar people, not on the opposite spectrum of it. Let's talk about the everyman. Everyman is all about living a simple life. It's about blending into the society as everybody, like all of us. He doesn't stand out in the crowd. He's friendly. He's easy to talk to. And they're funny. They're not over funny. They're not over rude. They're not over loud. They're just normal, like calm people. They lend their trust easily through the fear of being rejected. They're relatively positive and they strive to fit in the group. They tend to like most things without being overly passionate about one apart from their vision that they're going towards. So every man is quite liked by most of the people. And the only bad side to it is that it's quite easy to forget him once he is not around. So the message he communicates to people is like his tagline is like, you're just like me and I'm just like you. The brand tone that he talks into is very friendly, it's very humble, it's very authentic. The message that people derive from him is when we treat each other with honesty and friendship, we can live in harmony. We can live together in harmony as one. The best examples as the characters is Harry Potter or Oliver Twist or Luke Skywalker from Star Wars. And in real life, person example is Ritesh Agarwal, CEO of Oyo. Or if we talk about the brands, IKEA, Target, Linux, it's these brands that connect with major audience. They're the people who quickly connect with others. They have a larger set of audience because it's easy for them to relate with. They're not very specific. Anyone can understand them. The only downfall, as I said earlier, is that if you're not in the eyes of people on a regular basis, they will forget you. So based on your end objective, where you are now and where you want to be, if this is your persona that fits with you, your major attention has to go in your social media presence, because that is how you will retain your audience. That is how you will always be around them, and they will always feel connected with you. Let's come to caregivers. Okay, so caregivers are like selfless personalities who are driven by the desire to protect and care for others, not themselves. And especially they are attracted to people who are more in need. They are mostly like a maternal figure, like a feminine figure, like a motherly figure. And they care for people who are in need or who they can bring their expertise and make them stronger, or who are unable to take care of themselves. So this personality is perfect for professions like nursing or charities or philanthropy, or they are the ones who present themselves that the world needs to be tended and I'm there to do it. And in events of harm or any difficulty, those are the people that you think the most about. Like those are the first people that come to your mind that, okay, this person is gonna help us. So the message or the tagline that they have is that love your neighbor as you love yourself. When they talk, they're very caring, they're warm, and they're reassuring. They have that sense of confidence that, yes, I'm there to take care of you. The brand message that people receive from them is that everyone deserves care, and we must all strive to bestow services upon one another. It's more about love thy neighbor concept, but it's about turning that into action. Examples is like you can find multiple charitable organizations. Gates Foundation is one of them, UNICEF, WWF, TOMS, and all of these foundations or companies, they strive towards bringing care and protecting people or tending them in need. And if you have that persona, the same persona can go into your industry as well. Let's say there is a virus attack somewhere. Okay, and who is it? Like, who is the crisis management person they're gonna call to? Who is it that feels that, okay, this person is gonna take care of stuff for us? Like, this is a person whose services we need at this given hour to solve this particular issue for us. The best example of the characters is Samwise in Lord of the Rings, Mary Poppins, or Dustin in Stranger Things. And in real life, it's Bill Gates. So anytime any crisis happens, whether it is a pandemic or it is making Africa a better place to live, it's always Bill Gates who is who's at the forefront in making sure that people are tended to. He has defined a personality around him that although he is quite well informed about everything, he still has that connection of doing more than just for himself, but for others. In every talk, in every action, or the services, or even his post. I want you to start following, if you can, like if this is a persona you resonate with, if you want to understand what kind of social media interaction you want, start following Bill Gates or Melinda Gates. They have a very similar personality when it comes to their social media presence. And you can see how is it Bill Gates changed his persona over the given time of 20 or 30 years. And although right now it's more on the caregiver side, how it was earlier as a creator or as a rebel, how it derived to the caregiver. And it's very interesting. You should try it, and you should like go on social media and see what he wrote, and then see how you can not copy it, but replicate it. See, can you deliver the same sort of emotions that he can with his message to his audience? Similarly, can you deliver that emotion to your audience with what is it that you provide to them? Let's talk about ruler. So rulers desire control above everything else. They're a very dominant personality. They are authoritative in their communication and in their action. They carry a sense of intimidation. Their goal is of prosperity and success. They do not believe in doing things that doesn't leave an impact. Everything that they do needs to have a certain sense of result. They demand loyalty, and they're confident, responsible, they're in control of their lives, and they expect the same from others. They do not expect anything less. So rulers see themselves as the top of the food chain. They are very aggressive, and they are always defending their position. They're ready for it because they can be loud, they can be commanding, but they're refined and articulated. The tagline that they communicate is power isn't everything, it is the only thing. The message they tell to their, like what people derive from them, is that you are successful in work and in life. Reward your excellence and your achievements. It's all about celebrating yourself. So ruler brands are like Louis Vuitton or Mercedes or Rolex. They have a sense of mastery, a sense of control over their consumers, their audience. And they give a feeling that, yes, if we are associated with a ruler, we ourselves are rulers. The best examples of the characters is like King Arthur in storybooks, or Mr. Burns in Simpsons, or Miranda Percy in Devil Wears Prada. And in real life, it's Anna Wintour. She's the editor-in-chief of Vogue magazine in US. And I have not found someone with like 100% personality of ruler other than her. Everything she says, she does, the way she carries herself, the way she dresses, her hair, her makeup, people she's surrounded with, the kind of event she goes to, Everything is derived on this persona, and it is very carefully created persona. Your persona needs to be closest to who you are, because only then it can be authentic. If someone who is, let's say, a gesture who's like a fun person in real life, and that person is like, no, I want to be a ruler, like that's the person I want to go forward with, it won't work ever, because you cannot do justice to it, because that's not who you are. Your persona needs to be closest of what you can deliver, and what you can deliver is who you are. Let's talk about creators. So the creator has a desire to create something new and something exceptional that wasn't previously there, and it has very good value to people. They need to express themselves with individual talent, and they try to bring their vision to life through expression. Creators believe that if you can imagine it, it can be created if you put your own hard work and energy into it, and you need to have a sense of perfection to get there. The best example, which is not mentioned, is Steve Jobs. So Steve Jobs is a perfect example of a creator. Apple as a company, like because he created Apple, as I said, that the person who represents a company or person who creates a company, their brand is always very close to the brand that they're representing. It's all about innovation. It's all about creating new things. Lego literally empowers people to create new things. They're saying, let not the creation be stopped with us. Let us help you create new things. And similarly, it's Adobe. So Shantanu, who's the CEO of Adobe, literally works really hard in making sure that all his products empowers people to create new stuff. It's about spreading your knowledge and sharing your values with people and empowering them to bring out the best. So the tagline that they go forward is that if it can be imagined, it can be created. It is different from it can be imagined, it can be done, like it will be done. No, like you need to put in your own hard work and energy to make that happen. Their band voice is very inspirational. It is daring. It is very proactive. It's loud. People feel that they see potential everywhere and in everything. They uncover originality and they liberate imagination. They literally are the people who brings out something new in you, right? So as a character, the example I really associate with is Willy Wonka in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. It was his new creations that he was striving for, and what drove other people to do the same and carry that legacy forward. Now we are at the innocent. Okay, so innocent is positive personality with optimistic outlook on life. They crave safety, but ultimately they want themselves and everyone else to be happy. They're honest, they're pure, they have no ill will towards anyone. They do not hold grudges. They do not like drama. They believe that everyone has the right to who they are. They see beauty in people, and they are more driven towards seeing the inner beauty, the hidden beauty that others ignore. So their tagline is that life is simple and simplicity is elegant. When they talk, they're very optimistic, they're very honest, they're very humble. The message that people receive from them is that most wholesome things in life are unadulterated and are pure. Like, it doesn't need to have negativity. It doesn't need to have complexity. It doesn't need to have drama, or doesn't need to have a big crazy motive or a dream that you need to get to. So innocent brands' best examples are like Dove is my favorite out of all of them because Dove as a brand has gone towards bringing out the inner beauty. It's like a true example of what the real brand, a real innocent brand is. It empowers people to see beyond outside and look internally. And it tells you that whoever you are, however you are, you're fine. There are no judgments involved to it. So as a character, in Harry Potter, Hermione Granger was the innocent. Dorothy in Wizard of Oz was innocent. In our real life leaders, Oprah Winfrey is a perfect example of what an innocent leader looks like. Let's talk about Sept.
Chahat, there is one question on the chat, and it says, for cyber leaders, what kind of personality is best? So I'm not sure if you have a specific guidance around that.
Okay, so all these personalities that we are talking about right now, every personality is good for you. It is not a particular set of, let's say, profession that defines your personality. It is your personality that you bring into your story for your industry. So in cybersecurity, you can be any of these 12. It's fine. But it's how you leverage those tones, how you leverage the message, how you tweak it in a way that it communicates what is it that you want people to connect you with matters. As I said, even here, if we are talking about a leader, if he is like, he could be a CISO of a massive company or no matter whatever the company size, and if he's always honest, humble, and optimistic, and he always talks about how life is, like what are the things in a positive manner, has a more positive tone to it, and all the change you're bringing in the world has a positive connotation rather than complexity. Like it's about making it simple. Let's say your motto can be that, well, cybersecurity is too complex, doesn't need to be. It can be simple, life is simple, it is elegant. Let's look at the beautiful aspects of it. Let's look at the useful aspects of it. And you work towards bringing your knowledge and expertise in that manner. That's it, you have an audience for it. So all these personas, all 12 personas, can be implemented in any industry at all as a person, as long as it is closest to you. So the whole point of this exercise is that while I'm explaining each persona, I want you to write down notes on which one it is that you think you are and which one it is that you think your audience wants you to be. That's it. I hope I answered that question. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. And there's another question which says, can you have more than one personality?
No, not at a given time. You can be, so most of the people, what they do is that they say like, I am 50% ruler, 50% magician, but that's not true. Like just an example, you can't be 50% two personas. What you can be is you have your 90% ruler, 10% you have some characteristics of magicians, right? In that, the overall personality is still of the ruler. So that 10% is just your soft skills that are coming in play. Those are the 10% that you need to work towards or tweak your messaging to add to your particular persona. You can have multiple personas throughout your life, yes, but at a given time, you always have one persona. And there are people, okay, if you go online, you search for it, people will say that, yes, you can have more than one persona. It is fine. You can have 2 or 3 of them. You will lose 97% of people's attention if you have more than one persona at a given time. Always keep that in mind. There's a study which was done by Harvard Business School in which they talked about how people perceive brands and other people or leaders in the society. So when you are not consistent with who you are, if the moment your audience feel they do not know you, as I said before, they lose you. Hence, it is safest and it is more successful to stick with one persona at a time. And let's say in 10 years, you're moving from, let's say, a ruler to an innocent, you're bringing in those skills and capabilities, and you can prove it with your story and your journey, then yes, that makes sense. Because as your story is alive, you're adding more skills and value to it, and hence your persona can change. But it cannot be that one day you're an innocent, the other day you're a ruler, the third day you're a jester. No, that's not how it works.
Perfect. So great answer, Chahat. Now, my great friend Ashish, my long time buddy, what he says that for a person, it cannot be possible, it may not be possible to have multiple personalities. But for an organization, like for his organization, Unilever, they have different brands and each brand has a different personality. Like Dollar Shave Club, Linux, Dove, they're all Unilever products and each has a different persona and personality.
Yes, that's right. So, yes, that's right. Each brand has a different personality. The organization itself, Unilever itself as a brand, independent of Dove or any other product, has its own personality, the way they talk. So when Unilever talk, it will be very different from how Dove talks. So each brand is different and each brand has their own personality because the audience is different and what they're communicating or the end goal is different. Yeah.
Perfect. Sounds good. And at 12:30 we have panel. So Chahat, you have 7 minutes to roll your session.
Ooh, okay. I think this session is gonna spill into the third part as well. Let's quickly move on to Sage. So Sage is a seeker of truth, knowledge, and wisdom. Their drive comes from the desire not only to understand the world, but to share their understanding with the world as well. They're like lifelong learners. They enjoy expressing and sharing their knowledge with like nice philosophical conversations. They're more likely to pass on their wisdom to someone who can use it to change the world rather than trying to do it just by themselves. So when they talk about their tagline is the truth will set you free. When they talk in the sense of they're knowledgeable, they're assured, they're guiding people. The message that people receive from them is that education is the path to wisdom, and wisdom is where the answer lies. The best examples are of Google, BBC, and Oxford. I don't want to go like totally in mythical characters, but like Albus Dumbledore, Gandalf, and Obi-Wan Kenobi in Star Wars, they're all a perfect example of what a sage personality is. In real life, Sundar Pichai he's the CEO of Alphabet, and he's a very good example of what a sage leader looks like. The explorer, okay. So the explorer has an inner drive to push themselves outside of their own comfort zone and conformity of everyday life that people have set for them. They are into rugged environments. Like when they're problem solving, they feel at home. They're very brave, they're adventurous, and they love a challenge. The challenges are more about understanding themselves than proving it to others. They talk about bigger vision and bigger journey to discoveries. Their tagline is that don't fence me in. When they talk, they're always exciting, they're fearless, and they're daring. The message that people get from them is that you only get one life, get out and make something of it, like make it count. Brands, the best brands are the North Face, Jeep, Patagonia, and the best example I see in all the characters, especially in Avengers, was like Tony Stark. He's a proper example of how he moved to different stages. And in each movie, you can see how in the end he comes out as an explorer. Elon Musk is our living explorer when he talks about any company, any idea. any actions that he does, it's all driven towards understanding the world better and providing freedom and doing something that has a particular impact to it. I'm just going to quickly take you through 2 more slides. So when you're clear which personality you resonate the most with, that is who you are, and that will attract your audience. You need to start developing your tone of voice. So what is the tone of voice? So tone of voice reflects your brand personality. I talked about how each brand talks differently, even of the same message. So it helps you connect with your audience, and it makes you different from the rest of the world. If everyone else is innocent and suddenly you are an explorer in it, you will stand out, not the rest. But again, it has to be something that you are and you can resonate with. So the tone of voice describes how you communicate with your audience and thus influence how people perceive your message. It attracts customers and it maintains their interest in what you have to say. It makes them feel they know you, and it is important and extremely careful by choosing your tone of voice, because it's an essential part of building trust and connection, and it has to be a memorable image. And if your image, what you do, and your personality or tone of voice doesn't go together, then there's no consistency. It is the foundation and the basic core of what the brand is built on. So keep in mind to use the words and tone that you are comfortable with. So these are the 3 elements that you should list down and talk about what are the words that you use in your daily life. How do you say it? Are you loud? Are you slow? Or do you whisper? What is it? Like, how is it that you sound like? What are the arrangements of words that you put together? Are you passive or you're more active when you're making a sentence? Or is it that you use a lot of examples? List it down to understand how is it that you talk to your audience. I'm going to talk about the rest of it after the panel discussion. So over to you, Vikas. I'm going to pause it here because I think it's going to go on for quite some time. Yeah?
Yep, perfect. Sounds good and great timing. It's 12:29, right time to get into panel. So if you can stop sharing your screen, maybe I can start sharing mine. Cool. Hope you guys can see my screen.
Yes.
Great, sounds good. So this is what the agenda has been since morning. I think some people joined late. We are now getting into the panel discussion for half an hour, and after that we will have 10 minutes break, and then we can start with the session, right? So we have a quick panel discussion for about half an hour, and our panel members are AAA charged batteries today. So Amit Dhawan, Alok Malik, and Alok Singh, right? All starts with A. So Amit is a CISO and DPO, longtime friend from Birlasoft. Alok Malik is from, which company you are from, Alok?
From Global Logic.
Global Logic. Yes, so I did not put it out there. So Global Logic, but Alok heads the IT and security for Asia Pacific and US. And then we have Alok Singh, who is a cyber leader with VE Commercial Vehicles Limited, right? So I think we have everyone on the video as well. So what I'll do is so the topic for the discussion is around EDR adoption. So all of these gentlemen, they are CrowdStrike customers, and we will do a deep dive in terms of their experience with EDR. I hope everybody is familiar with EDR over here. It's a CIO, CISO, cybersecurity panel. So I believe everybody is aware of that. So I will ask point questions, and then you can pick and choose, if you want to add to the question. So let's say I ask a question to Amit, and if Alok Malik or Alok Singh has something to add, so you can feel free to add it to that. Having said that, let me stop sharing my screen so that we can have video for everyone. Okay, great. Perfect. So my first question is to you, Alok. Sorry, Amit. So what is the reason for EDR? I mean, we have been securing endpoints with antivirus, group policies, and everything. So why suddenly there is a lot of buzz around EDR, and there are a lot of players in the market, right? So why do you think EDR brings to the table?
I think EDR, I think, is one of the only active technologies available. If you look at antivirus, it's a passive technology. It waits for signatures, even the heuristic part of it. It is working at little upper layers of operation. Whereas EDR, traditionally uses the lower levels of exploitation. What we see when we actually do the exploitation, we are looking at the kernel level, or looking at all wrong things that could happen at the lower level, and it stops. It has the capability to stop. So there are a lot of things. So all buzzword around 0 day, all buzzword around other things get stopped moment you look at an EDR, because since it is working at a lower layer
Right.
and helps you identify what is probably going wrong in your network and stop it proactively. Like, it doesn't need to depend on anybody else to do that. And the other important part is, a lot of AVs now have that, but you can shut down a computer from the network. So that is a very, very important thing. That is one of the response part of it. I can get into PowerShell as an admin into a compromised machine, correct it either in a command shell or in a PowerShell script, and move into that computer and rectify what had gone wrong, and then bring it back quickly onto the network. I think these were the primary features of getting into this. I'll just take one more point. Reasons for looking into this: we moved into remote banking customers. Everything was controlled internally. We had no control on machines outside. So this was one of the best options available. And back to you, Vikas.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, great insight. So Alok Singh, Alok Malik, do you have anything to add to this?
Well, if I talk about that reason for specifically looking for an EDR, so in the past 18 months or so, I'm not talking about specifically to the pandemic, but even before that, if we start looking at the number of fileless attacks that have increased. So
Right.
as we see, the traditional antivirus, or now I say the legacy antiviruses. So those are like capable of stopping some, but not all. So
Right.
that was like one of the reasons. And then come this pandemic, the number of like ransomware attacks have like it's like gone multifold. So
Absolutely.
and everyone like working from home. So like in our case, like earlier we used to say like we have like 28 offices across the globe. Now we say we have like 17,500 offices across the globe. If you have
Yeah,
to,
true.
so if you have to like
Right.
protect, and it's not that I say that once we are done with EDR, you are like 100% secured. So whosoever says it's a false statement,
Right.
but yes, it's an additional level of defense, and that was the core reason that why we went into like a detailed evaluation also.
Makes sense. Makes sense. So let's say you talked about evaluation. So how do we evaluate? Let's say there's a new organization which has been using traditional antivirus, and now they want to get benefit of EDR. So how do you evaluate? Because there are so many options available in the market. I mean, you can pick and choose. There are different vendors available. So how do you evaluate?
You know, if I talk from our perspective, we also evaluated like I think two were the primary cases. That one was like because you have to put in those evaluations from the perspective of the compliance also. So yes,
Right.
CrowdStrike was one of them. I would not like to name the other two, but yes, our criteria was majorly dependent upon the deployment phase, then the testing methodology, then like the technology and the techniques that the OEMs are using, and the last but not the least, and very important for us, the ease of using the tool. It should not be that
Right.
you are just getting another dashboard and you don't know what to do with that dashboard. So from
Absolutely.
yeah, so from deployment phase, our first criteria was that it should have a multi-OS support. It should
Right.
not be like, oh, I don't support Linux, or Linux is coming like in the roadmap. It's got that, and
Yeah.
similarly the Mac. So because we are an organization who have like a very diversified
Right.
operating systems, like in our, like we have like 3000 Linux and then Windows and Mac. It's a complete combination. And since we are an R&D organization, we are services based, we serve our customers, so we do a lot of R&D. So another criteria was to have a very lightweight agent.
Right.
Because if the size increases, then all the developers are like crying, or just because of your agent, our work stops. So we didn't want to hear that statement and then get into a different kind of fight.
Right.
And then from the again, as I said before, from the testing methodology, we always wanted that it should be able to like stop the malwares, like the crimeware, the ransomware, the trojans, the file-based attacks, the suspicious user activities, and then CrowdStrike was a step ahead, wherein it was giving us like running live terminals on the endpoint. So
Oh, wow.
yeah, so in case you have a problem, like you can just go to the terminal from the backend and run it over there, and then the endpoint isolation, as Amit mentioned, that is also a very good feature. And the one part that I love about CrowdStrike was their MDR, the Overwatch service. So that is like
Right.
an extension of my SOC team. So so the SOC team doesn't have to be like 100% devoted to the console. So yes, so we did a seamless integration with our SIEM solution. Also, we get like alerts, so it gets integrated with our Slack. So everything is there. And then
Absolutely.
and if I talk about the ease of using the tool, then yes, the policy implementation and the asset categorization are two, I would say, by far the most interesting features.
Oh, very nice, very nice. So I think Amit and Alok Singh, you would have also defined certain criteria for evaluation, right? So what was your journey with the evaluation? Did you evaluate 2 or 3 products? Did you do a parallel processing, parallel testing? How was it?
Okay,
Help us understand.
yeah, so let me answer this, because I was so from our perspective, we started evaluating CrowdStrike if I recall last November. So it's not that it was pandemic, so we started exploring. So it was like in November, because our budget, so we wanted to be clear that how much we need to shell out. But
Absolutely.
yes, but yes, come this pandemic, we knew that earlier it was like it will be good to have it, but now, then in the pandemic we thought that it's a must to have. So when it became a must, so then we went ahead and evaluated another product in parallel. So yes, so it was there, and that particular product, I would not say it's like it was bad, but it was like the functionalities that the functionality that CrowdStrike was giving, and it was like checking at the kernel level also.
Right.
And as I say, that I didn't want to be a quality analyst for that particular product in my mass deployment. So yes, so that was one of the reasons.
Wonderful, wonderful. So let me ask this, Alok Singh, to you. So we go through evaluation phase, right? We define multiple spreadsheets. We list down multiple, checkpoints that, okay, we need to check this. We need to check compatibility, cross OS support, ease of use and everything. So for you, what was the key success criteria that, okay, I'm going to EDR, these features have to be there. They are must for it.
So, while we started evaluating CrowdStrike in 2017, and we found that there are many features which are not. We actually started evaluating with old antiviruses, which we can say like McAfee, Symantec, and other antiviruses. And within 2 days, we found out that these antiviruses are just antiviruses. We need a security product at our endpoint, which is mature enough, and not only doing action after a file is written or a malicious file is uploaded on a memory. So we took some of the listing criteria, some of the testing criteria from NSS Labs. And those were around 14 criteria, and we compared around 14 criteria for a few products which are in par with CrowdStrike. And while doing in deep analysis, we found that many of the features are in other products are just for names. They are not actually so matured like CrowdStrike, and not so easy for the administrator and the executives to identify what actually is happening in my system when someone is running a malicious code.
Right.
So that was primarily the key success area for us, that whether it gives a very clear vision of what is happening and how to stop it. And second was how heavy it is on the system. So before we were using traditional antiviruses, and we every year we were have to upgrade our machines or refresh it. So that has gone by CrowdStrike. Other point was administrative focus. So with other antiviruses, we did literally with growing attacks, we had around 8 to 9 hours of meetings, con calls to resolve our basic issues in the endpoints, and our lines are stuck. Our production was stuck because of that. But after we analyzed, we did a POC directly on our line machines with CrowdStrike, and we found that the uptime is quite larger, and administration and calls are gone to few minutes in a week.
Wonderful.
So that was a very good outreach we got. Apart from this antivirus or malware analysis, we also found that the CrowdStrike is giving me other inputs also. That what is the asset, what are the surrounding assets, what is running an asset on which IPs is asset communicating, on which countries,
Right.
what are the user posture. So user ID posture, whether user has changed password from last 2 years, 3 years or not. Those were very valuable for us. And in current security posture, these informations are key areas.
Very nice. Very nice. Very detailed evaluation. I think you are one of the early adopters of CrowdStrike, right? How long back have you been using it now?
It will be going to around 2 years in 2 months.
Wonderful. Oh, very nice. So with Elite CISO, we did our very first event with CrowdStrike almost
Correct.
2 years back, right?
Correct.
When I mean, there were no other events happening with CrowdStrike. So we were the first one to do it. So that's great.
Right.
Yeah. So Alok and Amit, right? Anything else you want to add to this from defining a success criteria? You're doing evaluation. So these things must be met before I, ask my CFO to sign the check and, okay, now we are with CrowdStrike. So how your experience has been?
I think nothing very different from what Alok mentioned. It's the same thing.
Right.
But yes, we ran some simulations in real time. We sent out some malware into those machines, and CrowdStrike was able to identify them. And then we tried to look at certain use cases that we wanted in defining it. We explored another case. One of the other good features that we realized was the threat intel feed that it generates. So that was one of the kind of additional brownie point that we could give to CrowdStrike because of that feed that was coming and the threat hunting capabilities that it was giving. So I think that was all in addition to what Alok mentioned.
Wonderful.
Plus, just to add to it, we actually went a step ahead, wherein we engaged with a third-party organization. I would not like to name them because it's perspective. And once we were evaluating CrowdStrike, so we asked them to do a ransomware assessment for GlobalLogic.
Oh, okay.
And that included to attack us with different ransomwares on the systems which have CrowdStrike and see whether we are secured or not.
Ah, okay, that's very nice. Yes. Friends in Russia?
Yeah. Well, no, this wasn't from the US, but yes.
Oh, okay.
But yes, we engaged a few, because I know a few Russians, so yes, we did that too.
Right. Very nice. Great. So let me go back to Alok Singh again. So from a deployment perspective, you have been running a traditional antivirus from past some time, and now you are replacing it with an EDR product. So how was the deployment experience per se? Was it a pain in the butt, like, multiple reboots and users complaining, coming to IT, what is happening, multiple tickets being generated, or was it seamless? You deploy it and it will get deployed, as simple as that. How was it?
So Vikas, for us, deployment was literally click. It was a click of a button and it's deployed. There was no reboot required at endpoints. There were we gone for 5,000 endpoints.
Right.
Rather for 5,000 endpoints, we required only 2 or 3 machines reboot.
Oh, okay.
And we completed the entire activity in 14 days.
Oh, that's amazing. Wonderful.
So that was a brilliant, I say I did have to do nothing at all for deployment.
Okay. Cool. Very nice. Very nice.
So that was our best experience.
Yeah, that seems very easy because even if you deploy a Microsoft patch, you have to reboot multiple times, right?
Yes.
Oh, that's great. That's great. And guys who are listening to it, so this is not a fabricated show, right? We are from the industry. We are asking live questions, and we are responding as per our experience, right? So nothing is fabricated. It might seem like it because it is that good. I can tell. I had done evaluation, and it is flawless. What your experience has been, Amit, around this?
So I'll as you mentioned, I'll not talk more about the CrowdStrike, but I'll tell you how I have used it. So in addition to the normal part of implementation and usage, we had desktops at people's homes, and one of the customer, about 500 users on that, wanted to move away from Citrix to AWS. Now AWS requires that endpoint. That's a heavy client, about I think 100, 200 MB to be installed on a machine. Users didn't have admin access. So we had to call all those 500 machines back to office. So the transport cost itself was, I think, crossing about 6-7 lakhs. Wow. So we used CrowdStrike actually to install AWS package onto that. Okay.
Oh, so beautiful. Very nice.
So that was fantastic, and even the customer was very happy that there was no delay. We could remove the other VDI, Cisco VDI, I think it was. We removed that, install AWS, and seamless movement into that. Now, one more implementation that we have done is as Alok is part of Global Logic and IT services, we have a lot of contractors who come in for a very short period of time.
Right.
All across the globe. There are some in Brazil, there are some in Hong Kong, Singapore. All across the globe, we have contractors come in. They come for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks. And they bring their own computers. And giving them computers is a logistic nightmare.
Right.
So, and they come and plug into the customer networks. And we have signed contracts, we have signed MSAs. We, kind of ensure that those guys are good. So we've been using CrowdStrike there to ensure that those computers stay protected. And even the contractors feel very happy that we are, remotely, they have admin access. Yes, we are able to install it. But we are monitoring them. And if they do something hanky-panky with that, we tell them. Most of them don't do. 99.9% contractors are very, very honest about it. But it gives a little positive on the reputation of the company that even if a guy is bringing his own laptop, plugging into the customer network, since we've owned the security, we are taking responsibility for it and ensuring that those people are safe. So the license switching takes place, but these are two very, very, typical examples that we've been using CrowdStrike for.
Wonderful. Very, very different use cases. I mean, deploying a 100 MB file, nobody would have thought using CrowdStrike for that. So maybe if CrowdStrike guys are listening, this could be a USP again.
No, I spoke to CrowdStrike. They said, how will you do it? Then I said, this is the way you can do it.
I hope Alok is listening, right? Baljot is listening.
Baljot is listening.
Yeah, great. Okay, so Amit, since we are talking about the use case, let's talk about the benefits that you get, right? So you replace the traditional antivirus, you got the EDR. From a security perspective, what benefits did you see? So this is an open question for everyone, right? So we'll start with Amit, and then everybody can chip in.
See, I am of a firm belief that if your endpoint is protected, technically as well as culturally, both these things are very, very important. So if your endpoint is protected, 99% you are safe.
Absolutely.
Maybe even 99+% you are safe. So I've been speaking to CrowdStrike and saying that I do not need a SIM if I have a CrowdStrike installation. Though Baljot doesn't agree, but I'm of that opinion that, since it is protecting me at the end level, yes, there are some typical use cases that get left out, like worms, etc., moving around in the network. But even if a thing is moving inside the network laterally, till the time it impacts the computer, I am not worried about it. Till the time it starts impacting the computer, I get concerned about it. And if I'm able to stop it from impacting the computer, I think the purpose is met. So that
Yeah.
helps.
Just one point, very valid point that you mentioned is culturally and security wise, it is secure, right? So from a culture wise, what we try to drive in my organization is we say every individual is a CISO for their laptop or desktop. There is one CISO for the organization, but you are CISO, you are responsible for your machine, and culturally we try to drive that. We have given you great tools. Now you are responsible for it. So yeah, very much agree with you that okay, if your endpoint is protected, you are safe. Right. Great insight into that. Sorry to interject that. I couldn't hold myself because
No,
it's a
no,
very right thought. Yeah.
no. It's a equally with equal weightage. You can put all kind of technical controls, and there is a
Absolutely.
cartoon which floats around, and here there is Mark who clicks on
Yeah.
attachments and does all funny things. So
Right. Right.
I think CrowdStrike gives that balance to you and helps
Absolutely.
you out to secure.
Absolutely. So Alok Malik, Alok Singh, what
Okay.
benefits have you seen? Yeah.
So I would say the first and the foremost benefit, we have moved from the on-prem solution to the cloud. So no more worrying about like the global deployment of the servers with the traditional antivirus. Then as Amit also mentioned, its compatibility with the same solutions is very
Mhm.
easy, I would say. So we didn't have to write a special
Right.
parsers we use like logarithms. So it was like streamlines. It's like a click of a button and then you are done.
Mhm.
And then what we have especially noticed is the reduced number of false positives. So now the
Right.
team concentrate on what is there actually. It's not that okay, you get this and then you tell your IT team and they're running around the people in today's world you cannot run around the people. You have to like call them. Someone is in the village, someone is their hometown, wherever they are. So it's not that easy.
True. True.
So all these things have like became made a life very easy in that sense.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Anything to add, Alok Singh? I have to call the last name as well.
Yeah.
So uh, my friends have given very right inputs on the CrowdStrike, and whatever points I learned, they are there. We are still learning because this product is evolving every day. So every
Great.
day we log in, we get some new features, and whatever feedback we give to the CrowdStrike team, it is very well taken, and they have come up with the solutions. So
Oh,
this is
wonderful.
one thing which is required in any security vendor and expected by any security anyone who is using these products.
Wonderful. Sounds good. Yeah. So let me, it is 12:54, 55. We just have 5 minutes. And let me ask this last $1 million question, right? You go to your CFO in this pandemic time and you ask to sign a check of, I don't know how much, and to deploy EDR solution. So you are done with that phase. We have got it signed and you have deployed it. Now you meet with your CFO in the lobby or in the elevator, and he asks you what business benefit we have seen. Technical benefits we have talked about, right? This use case we have seen, security improvement we have seen. But from a business perspective, what will you tell a CFO that these are the business benefits we have seen? So my question is to Alok, Malik for now, and then everybody, both of you guys can also chip in.
As I said earlier, that our office ecosystem has expanded like uh, not like the ransomware attacks, but yes, a multifold now. So each home is an office. So if
Right.
I have to talk about a common business benefit, then the only thing is, see, we have not been ransomware up until now. So that's one of the one benefit. And yes, the ease of use that is coming out for our teams. So that's another benefit. Definitely, it has come at a cost, and that too during this pandemic. But enterprise can have like hundreds of thousands of endpoints on their networks, but such a large scale of networks makes it even more vulnerable. So apart from like deploying this CrowdStrike on our endpoints, we have it on our servers also. So it's not
Right.
that the ransomware attack will only target the endpoints, because it will come through the network only, and then we have to have those all level of protection. So that is
Right.
That is one of the biggest business benefits that we have from our if we talk from our CFO perspective. So and we are as Amit said, so we are still in that deployment phase. So each day we learn new stuff that is coming on to be. Hopefully our deployment will be done in the next couple of weeks, and then we can share more info.
Wonderful. Sounds great. Sounds great. Anything to add, Amit, Alok? Yeah.
So I've been using a phrase in the organization. So security is always excessive and expensive till the time it is not enough.
That's true.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I think from an ROI perspective, with the two use cases that I mentioned, I think I've got my ROI.
Yeah.
Whatever I saved, we saved about 5-7 lakhs only on the transport cost and the loss of billing cost. So those things got saved, but these are typical use cases. But on banking customers were very kind of scared in moving out their computers from secure ODC into people's homes.
Right.
So this
Right.
is where we plugged it, and they were thrilled that yes, we have taken this initiative, and they feel very assured. So
Right.
yes, the AV and the VM, etc. They are working in parallel. But with this initiative itself actually gave us a lot of benefits in terms of customer satisfaction.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Sounds great. We are running out of time, so it is 12:58. Let me ask this additional bonus question. Uh, from an AWS perspective or cloud perspective, right? We talk about EDR on laptop, on-prem servers and everything. Uh, does CrowdStrike has a on AWS or Azure presence as well? Can you natively install CrowdStrike client on your EC2 instances or on AWS? Is it possible? Or any experience around that?
I think it is, but no experience around it so far.
Okay.
I
Okay.
think
Cool.
I think there is a feature available if I remember correctly.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah. So I think we are at top of hour, and there are a lot of questions for the panelists on the chat. I'm not sure if we can take them, but I will request Rohit or Baljot to compile those questions, seek the answers, and maybe we can share with everyone. Right? We can send a follow up email on that. Will that be okay, Rohit?
Sure, definitely.
Perfect. Sounds good. So thanks, my AAA charge batteries. It was an exciting discussion. And we will break for 10 minutes now and we'll resume at 1:10 now. Thanks, everyone. Bye for
Thank
now.
you. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm going to put a timer again. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm sharing my screen and starting the timer now. Cool. Okay, so we'll meet at 1:10. Okay, guys, it is 1:10, so I think we can get started with next round of sessions. So now we are done till 1:10, and now till 2:30, Chahat will take further sessions. And at the end, I will share a secret to download the participation certificate. Plus, there's a discount announcement for our upcoming workshop on cyber insurance. So stay tuned, guys. Chahat, over to you.
Great. I'm just going to share my screen again now.
Sure.
Okay. So we were at how to communicate your story with people. So the whole point is the words that you choose really matters. So Peter Barry said that once the moment passes, the next comes the hour. Moment is the first impression created by words, images, feel, why. These are the elements that attract the audience. The words and how they are used hold major attraction in place. Therefore, it is imperative that the words must be selected with utmost care. We can't afford to be careless in a way with it when it comes to your personal branding, no matter how big or small. So let's talk about, it's an exercise. So let's talk about how to select the words. Till now, you know your story outline. You know the story draft. You know what are the brand pillars. You know what is your brand personality. Now it's time to build your word cloud around those 4 elements. So I want you to select 10 words that best represent you as a brand. It could vary anything from your persona to your values, to your personality, to your belief, the vision, anything you want people to associate you with. I want you to write down those 10 words. Choose 10 words that create a personal connection with the reader. These words can be something value-added services, like value-driven words. It could be people want to connect with you because you're a problem solver, because you solve problems for them. Or it could be rich, you make them rich. Or it could be that you make them safe. It could be that you make them happier. So I want you to choose 10 words and create a personal connection with your audience or the reader or anyone who's going to communicate with you. Now, describe your audience in 5 keywords. These are the people you want to appeal to or attract to. It is not about how you will reach out to them. It's about how they are. Is your audience suspicious? Is your audience friendly? Is your audience very loud, or are they more knowledge driven? Are they intelligent? So list these 5 keywords. And this is how you can also do online targeting when you publish your ads or when you publish your blogs online. This will really help you. Now, list down 5 emotions you want to appeal to. What is the mood you want to create? Is this the mood of authority? Is it happiness? Is it reassuring? Is it caring? What emotion is it that you want to generate in people? Once you have all these list of words of each category, add them to your story, summarize and refine. Bring the words that represents you to your brand. Those will be your keywords. So when people hear these 10 or 4 or 5 keywords over and over again, they will associate you with them quickly. Once you're clear of what is your audience looking for, as to what kind of audience you have, what appeals to them, you would know what kind of messages you need to write to get the end result that you want. Let's see how the right words can write a memorable story of your brand through examples. So let's take Starbucks, okay? So Starbucks has a functional and expressive voice. The functional tone is used primarily for finding and ordering and making it easy for people to communicate what they want. While the expressive tone is where the real personality of the brand comes into play. It tells a passionate coffee story with a soul, thereby it appeals to its niche audience, and combining the concept of functionality and expression is why they are able to retain their customers. It is not that people go to Starbucks because their coffee is world's best. The reason they go to Starbucks is because they feel they belong there. If we talk about Uber, their brand voice is very considerate, simple, consistent, and bold. They have focused more on their values and goals and their aim of pursuing while creating a connection with the audience. Like, what is it that they're looking to do in this world? Their brand essence signals what it is and what this company stands for. Also, it uses like a first voice rather than a third person's voice to come across as more friendly and approachable towards people. If you look at MailChimp, so MailChimp does not talk about jargons. It does not use hyperbolic languages. It values clarity over anything else. So this genuine voice helps to relate to small businesses. They challenge speaking that is familiar. Sorry, the channel speaking that is familiar. The words which are a daily use word, something that is warm and people are able to understand and access it. And it is much for the wider audience. They use very informal language and they use a sense of dry humor, which might be weird for some people, but it is not inappropriate. So they're very mellow when it comes to their humor. They're not snobbish. They're like, we appeal to most of the people. So by now, we have covered how people associate with different personalities and how brands overall associate with the tone of voice. So there is mostly an overlap between brand and the personal brand. Company seeks leaders or similar personality. For example, we talked about Sundar Pichai. He's the CEO of Google and has the same personality as that traits of Google. Similarly, Steve Jobs and Apple share the same set of personalities. So the whole thing about what your brand is as a person is why someone would want to associate with you. So how is it that you describe someone's personality? How would you describe your competitors? Like, look at your competitors and start describing them and start answering those questions on their behalf. Are they a class bully? Are they like cheerleaders? Like, which segment do they fit in? So these brand personality traits makes you different, even in the same industry, same market. And let's create an example using the broad personality traits. So let's say you're passionate, quirky, and authentic. Now I want you to define each of your traits or characteristics and how you're going to communicate with your audience. What does it mean by being passionate, quirky, and authentic? So when you're passionate, your communication is going to be more expressive. It needs to be more enthusiastic. It needs to be heartfelt. It has to be action-oriented. If you're quirky, you need to be witty and unexpected. You cannot have dull humor, or you cannot have what I call knock-knock jokes there. If you're authentic, you need to represent the engaging, direct, genuine, trustworthy words, or use the words which actually trigger those emotions. So this is how you can merge your personality into writing and your speaking. Now I'm going to talk about why we are building our story. How is it going to affect our lives? Before we move on as to how you're going to take this story and execute and on different channels of media, I believe one must always ask why. Why do you need your personal branding? Why do you need to do all the next steps that I'll be telling you about? What results can you expect from this branding exercise? So let's quickly answer those. Personal branding gives an opportunity to highlight the strength and value of an organization. It bridges the gap between the customers and the brand. As both of them are aware of the values of one another, people resonate with you. You become memorable due to your innovative approach. So some researchers stand out by stating that 82% of people do not believe in advertising. Rather, they believe in the brand and the owner as a person. So there was a survey that was done. The question that was nicely asked was, how important are your personal branding skills in shaping how you are viewed at your work, your own organization? More than 90% of people responded saying personal branding is very important or important. And out of those 90%, 71% were CXOs or in leadership positions. The other question that was asked is, how important is your personal branding in achieving your career goals, like career objectives, like, for example, becoming a global leader or getting more money or getting the promotion you always wanted? So 83% responded by saying that personal branding has been very important or important in making their career goals achievable. And 92% were the CXOs. And this 92% further breaks down into 43% of all CXOs rating it as very important, as the most critical aspect of how you're going to progress your career. So personal branding builds a connection. Why do we do it? Because it builds a connection with your audience. It encourages a dialogue between people. 65% of people say that they are emotionally connected to a brand in a way that makes them feel like they care for them. So the caring and the friendly attitude towards your audience can prompt them to interact with you more, to give you more business, to give you more chances when you mess up, to let you find solutions to their problems. So personal branding builds trust with your audience. Trust can be built using different ways. So in one study, 64% of customers said that they shared values as the primary reason of building trust with a person or a brand. Among those who said that the brand relationships that they have is basically the person who represents that brand rather than the product itself. Personal branding increase your company's revenue. So a survey shows that the average increase attributes to presenting the brand consistently estimated by those organizations were higher of 23%. If you're consistent with the kind of people you're associating your company with, or the kind of companies you are being associated with or collaborating with, you have, if it's all consistent and it all matches with your brand and values, you are likely to have 23% better chance of have more money and more revenue. Personal branding creates a memorable image of your brand and the people behind it. The perception of your brand is not just based on the words we say. 80% of it is about recognition. It's extremely important to keep in mind for small businesses or startup companies. The designs or the colors that you choose, they're all created by you would find like you find a cheapest option and you go there, but not the way. That's not the right way, because your image, the colors people associate you with, the keywords people associate you with, the website, the companies, how you portray yourself, all of this needs proper time, energy, and money to build a strong foundation. So there has been a movement towards personalizing the main people in
Hey,
business.
Chahat.
Yeah.
Some folks are saying that the text on the slide is very hazy. So maybe you can stop sharing and reshare it one more time and maybe go on a full screen mode.
Of course. Um,
Just do a stop sharing and then share again. Yeah, cool. Try it now.
cool. Is this better?
Yeah, it's much better for me, but let's see how, yeah, folks are saying now it's okay. Okay, cool. Let's roll.
Good. Lovely. Okay, so I'll just go to the next slide. I think that's where we were. Okay, so there has been a movement towards personalizing the main people in business. Obviously, this is easy for small companies to do because they have sole traders, they're like their proprietorship, but it can be difficult for large companies. So some people manage to bring their personal brand well with their own company that they're working for or they are creating. For example, again, we can talk about Steve Jobs and Elon Musk being face of their companies, whether they created it or they're just the investor in it. That doesn't matter. So the benefits of personal branding is how you get career advancement, how you stand out from the crowd, how do you close more deals, how do you speak at more conferences, how you become the industry leader that people resonate and connect with. So let's talk about how we generate money, right, with personal brand. So the personality of a brand rubs off on people. Personal brand can be enough to drive sales. We can take examples of companies like Patanjali, where the entire empires are created because of one person's personality. And that's how you literally leverage your personal brand to make money for the company you're associated with. The relationship monetization. This works specifically well in B2B domain. If you're a person, if you're liked, then you have higher sales or you have a better deals that you can negotiate with people. If you have a more rigid personality, then maybe you're not the best person to make those negotiations. The level of association. For B2C brand in specific, the audience associate with the personality. They look over multiple factors and they're more influenced on who the person is representing, that brand, rather than the product itself. For example, Micromax hired Hugh Jackman to do the ad, and the sales shot up by 40% with the first month of the ad being launched. So whether you are working for a company or you're leading a company, you will become known simply by putting yourself out in public and allowing your thoughts to be known. People will start listening to you and they may find value in what you have to say. The power of that human connection can potentially lead to more opportunities for you and for your company. So this is just a quick slide I wanted you to have a look at, in which it talks about how you balance two different sides of business and creativity with your personal brand. How personal brand affects the creative side of your visual outlook, headshot, photos, how you dress, your color scheme, versus the end result of how you execute those on your website, on your campaigns, on automation, on your marketing systems, services. When you bring these two things together is how we build the identity. This is how we build the strategy of your personal brand. So the 7 key factors of marketing of a successful personal brand is number 1, globalization. It has provided us a platform to showcase our brand to everyone around the world so that you need to have a universal approach. It cannot be that you can ignore rest of the world and you're in your own bubble of this is how it is. We need to be out of denial and understand how globalization affects all choices of all personal brands. Be sure to be transparent. Transparency provides a sense of honesty, integrity with people, and they feel safe. People have a short attention span, so be sure your interaction is memorable and simple. Specify your target audience, which I always say, this is the biggest mistake that people make, is that you cannot talk to the entire world. Keep the world in mind, but talk to your target audience, talk to them without secluding the entire world. Be sure to cover your brand with credibility. It could be done through references, it could be done through publication, it could be done through website, it could be done to searchability of your online presence. Have interaction, have some engagement. Interaction with visual impacts are always better, and people remember that more. So someone might not remember your name, but they will remember how you looked. They might remember your face. They might remember how you dressed, or they might associate certain colors with you. And most of all, personalization. Be sure to add personal touches. People now need more personalized content instead of a generic communication blabber that's super noisy on social media. So as long as we follow that, your personal branding narrative will be distinguished from the rest. So it will make an impact in how you conduct your behavior and attitude with innovative ideas of storytelling. And the entire marketing aspect of whether you're a brand or a company or a person is all about storytelling. That's the future. So I'm going to quickly tell you about what are a few things you need to take care of when you're building a brand. You need to build your focus. Creating a message which is focused for your target demographics will make it much more easier for you to idolize the content and for your audience to understand it. Credibility. Be credible, be authentic, and be true towards your target audience. Talk about values that they resonate with rather than what you want to tell them. So it is all about winning their belief through your communication. Engage. You need to focus on one topic at a time. Do not try to be an expert at everything. Find one thing that you're good at and start engaging and communicating. Start generating content around your brand tone and start talking to people on different channels. Be unique. In order to stand out from the crowd, you need to create something unique that people can associate you with by recognizing your brand and knowing it is you. Your brand's uniqueness is your true identity. Create an impact. So whatever you do, leave an impact on people. While building a brand, you should remember that through personal branding, you're leaving an impact on your target audience. You're changing their lives, the way they think. You are making them feel something. You're providing a value in their life. So historically, strong personal brands have been tied up to community leaders or CEOs or successful politicians. You have to be traditionally famous, like an actor or an actress, before to be known as a brand name. But that today it has changed. Like because of the world of social media, building and maintaining a personal brand has become like a top priority to all industry leaders. You no longer have to go on that traditional route of these are the steps, and unless and until you fall in those categories, you cannot be an industry leader. You cannot have that influence on people. That's not true anymore. So you have a lot of opportunities at your door. The point is, how can you explore them? So let's see how we can actually execute this brand and get the results that we want. So I want to right now go literally a deep dive into how we execute our brand with proper steps and instruction and tools. So it'd be nice if you guys are taking notes here. Okay, so how much do you think your first impression matters? Think about it. How you introduce yourself to your potential clients, partners, investors plays a huge role in the interest they show in you. So the story that we talked about, it works as an elevator pitch. You have a very short period of time to convince the person or the audience to buy your idea, to buy your thinking, to buy your services. Show credible authority. Demonstrate that you are the right person to solve their problem. Have a vision. Inspire your audience by painting a picture with your story of how the world looks better with this problem solved. When you're focused on changing this world with your story, make sure you look the part as well. It goes without saying that the way you look plays a major role. So Steve Jobs always wore his like black turtleneck, and certain tech CXOs are known for their t-shirts and hoodies. And not everyone needs a unique dress style, or not everyone needs like green hair to stand out. You just need to find a style that works for you. How is it that you appear different? You can be formal or casual. What aspect matches with the personality that you have already picked? Who earns the most respect in your business vertical? How do they dress? What individual sense of personality do they have? Does it match with you or not? Ask the questions to understand what works for your personality, what works for your industry, what works for your body type. And when you show up looking the part, exactly like your personality and the services or the brand that you're providing, you send a clear sign about who you are, what your values are, and how credible you are. These goes well for individual and entire companies. So they have the whole brand based around how their leadership looks in the market. Let's talk about what colors to wear and what kind of colors generate what feelings. The first impression. One thing that can make or break your lifelong relation in a business is the first impression or the vibe that you get. So people in middle management who come up more easygoing or more respectful are found to be liked more, and mostly for the sales professional or people who are mostly in interaction with client personalities. They're known to convert 33% more deals than the other people. The colors that they choose to wear, which is very common, are gray bottoms, not black, and the shade of their shirt is mostly light. Any lighter shade from the spectrum works. That's for men. For women, the pastel shades looks much better, like works much better, as it gives people a sense of someone is listening to them and a sense of caregiving attitude. The attention span, as I said, the Harvard Business School study, which was done in April 2019. So a person who maintains a personality conductive to its role sees a higher attention span. So if you talk the part, look the part. Those who have this consistency have a higher attention span of people than those who don't. So they found out that people, like females who do not wear pantsuits, they have a higher point of attention span than the ones who do wear pantsuits, like casual pantsuits daily. While men, those who dress very similar to the rest of the people, are not able to provide the same attention span, while the ones who have a specific set of look that they show up every day, which is unique to them, they have 6 points higher when they talk to people or they interact with them. People seem to remember them more. So in depth of discussions, let's talk about a person who's been known in circle as someone who listens more. This is more about your personality and the keywords you want to associate yourself with. They have found that 47% in-depth discussions of peer are more willing to do, who are more amiable. So this point figure is a visual appearance part, because it might not just be, you might be a good listener, but you might not look that part. You might dress up, or you might come across as someone who's too bold and not a great listener. So match your dressing sense and match your personality with who you are, so that people can understand what you bring to the table. So we all want the acceptance of the inner circle. People who wear shirts such as pastels, peach, lilac are considered cheerful. People who wear blue and white are considered more trustworthy. Present a personality which is socially acceptable. But at the same time, if you wear darker shades, you may look aloof, or you may look like you're in an authority position. So whichever category you want to be in, dress that part. While I'm talking about this in general, please do keep note that there are certain like cultural aspects we need to take care of. So depending on the region you're on, make sure you study well at what emotions people associate different colors with. Now let's talk about our hairstyles. I love this topic. So simple, hair tied straight back showcases a person or someone who's like very to the point, very straightforward. While the person with loose hair is just some kind of playfulness in their personality. People who do side part they're considered more casual and friendly. People who do not do any part are considered more successful, more confident, more aggressive, while people who do middle part are associate more with higher knowledge, higher wisdom. So while we talked about how should we dress, what colors we can pick, what kind of vibe we give, what kind of hairstyle we should have, our body, when we interact with people, gives out more subtle signs than we might think, like bending your neck to the left and keeping your legs and arms crossed is like sign of stubbornness. So for example, when you're negotiating a deal, try not to do that. That will really help you. Or if you're in a multicultural and international role, always make sure that you read the customs well, because what is good in one place may not be going well with others. So every color, as I said, every action, the words that you use, it might be considered disrespectful and offensive. So the best advice I always give my clients is, whatever region you're working with, do your research and understand and adapt their values and culture to connect with them better. Now, make a difference. Build a personal brand that shows a variation between you and other people. It is the best opportunity to show your audience that what you know is different from the others, from the market. You have to offer something much more than others are not doing. You're solving a problem for them to make their lives better. So today the world is changing, and in the age of social media, building and maintaining a personal brand has become like the top priority. you don't have to be famous in order to build your personal brand. All you need is a sense of expertise and mastering your story. So on social media, there's so many channels. Some people choose to start with YouTube. Some people focus on building presence on, let's say, LinkedIn. Some people use Facebook. Some people use Instagram. Some people use blogging. Some do public speaking, email marketing, content marketing. There's so many different ways. But becoming a thought leader, you need to identify what product it is that you are bringing to the market, where is your audience, and whether that platform is good enough to communicate your thoughts or not. Okay, so questions you need to ask. Depending on which industry you are from, what your expertise is, it is crucial to focus on exhibiting your profile and the correct platforms. So best professional candidates, if we talk about information security, can be found on platforms like LinkedIn, whereas the major influencers in this market have their own websites and they provide their own services away from the rest of the social media, and that's what makes them distinguished, that's what makes them different. So it is important to be visible on platforms, but most important thing is to have a good visibility in the right platform for you. Ensure that all your look, your words, your story is consistent on every platform. All your IDs are similar, if not same. All your pictures that you use have the same look and feel. The best thing to do is literally pick one picture and put it on all your social media accounts. So if you are a CEO of a company, or if you're an expert, if you're a product designer, if you're an IT specialist, you need to define where your audience is and select 2 to 3 channels that you want to dominate your content on. So let's talk about how to leverage personal brand on social media. Social media platform has made it very easy for all of us to share our story. And let's talk about very quickly about a few people who has done it really well. For the short of time, I don't want to go in detail of each of them, but I would like you, after this workshop, to search about them and read their brand story. So Sean lives and portrays his brand. All his websites talk about what is it that he has to offer. And he's very consistent with his Twitter description, like, I help people build small businesses where they can run, which they can run from anywhere on the earth. And you can see that message well described in the images he has used here. Seth Godin is he is famous, his personal brand is famous because of his distinct appearance. He can be in a crowd and you can still figure it out that he's Seth Godin. He doesn't have the look that can be just it's gray, or it can be blended into other people. He's quirky, he's loud, the colors that he uses is very out there. So that's what he leveraged in his personal brand to stand out. Neil Patel. So if you search Neil Patel, his face is everywhere on social media. So what he did is that to sell his services as an online digital marketer, he used his own service to market himself. By showcasing his story and mixing it with the skill or the services that he provides, he literally leveraged his brand and the company, he merged it together in one and became a household name. Oprah Winfrey. So Oprah knows, she's the best example of how to build and leverage your brand from one business to another. It's about creating, let's say you have created a credibility in one market, how you take that credibility and bring it to another one, and then another, creating an entire empire towards it is what makes it so cool. Like this is one of the coolest case studies I have ever read. So please do search about it. It's free, available for free online. Okay, so let's start with an example. Find your target audience, right? Find which platform has your largest audience. So let's take example of Brian Dean. So he talks about one particular topic and look at the keywords he used. He talks about higher rankings. He designed this arrow that goes up that represents growth or higher ranking in this case. If you see here, it doesn't say much about him, but what he has done is he has leveraged credibility of Forbes, Huffington Post, and Inc. to grow his own personal brand. Like he's using the established brands to support him to create his own. And hence you can see the colors or the headline, the arrows, all this imagery provides, and a smiley face provides a sense of connectivity to him. It provides a sense of calm. It provides that, oh, he's friendly, not very uptight. And if I talk about another example, it's completely different. So it's like you need to interject personality you have listed down into your personal brand. So the first step is finding about your own skills and the potential you bring to the market. While the second step is about your point of view, right? For example, if I want to be seen as a down-to-earth person, I will use words like dude rather than Mr., or I will use like hey instead of hello. So it's the words that you use really does the trick. So the similar example is of Ramit Sethi. So this guy, and he talks about, I will teach you how to be rich, right? So he works in personal finance, which is quite questionable and people don't trust that market so much. So what he did, he took a very opposite approach. Instead of being formal, instead of being very restrictive, he used casual languages. He used jokes. He used F-bombs to show that he's being honest and holding nothing back. If you see his picture, it is not a smile like we saw in the previous one. It is more quirky. It is more fun. It is more like, hey, I got you. So it is more casual than the rest of the people in the same financial market. Let's talk about step 3. Create your brand identity. So brand identity doesn't need to be a logo. A brand identity can be the colors you associate with. What are the taglines you use? It could be a watermark, or it could be if everything, your LinkedIn, your Facebook, your Twitter, the post, does it have a similar tone or the vibe? Are they looking nice visually? Are they going together with your branding or not? So if you go on 99 Designs, that's like the best source to get your customized logo, your customized brand book, your customized outlook if you want to design and you don't want to spend too much money. This is like one of the best resources I've ever come across. Okay, step 4, create and redesign your own personal site. As I said, the difference between those influencers and the rest of the leaders were that they had their own platform where they communicate better content with people, right? So they use social media to drive that audience and bring it on their platform. That's what makes them exclusive. So imagine you work hard to become an expert on a topic, but when people Google you, where do they find your content? It will be like 10 different websites they have to go to, right? It's very frustrating. So you need to have your own site so that people know that no matter where, instead of going to like 10 different platforms, they can interact with you at your own platform. Step 5, carve out your content and social media strategy. Once again, going back to your own audience, where are they? Your content strategy should also extend to your social media channels. Keep in mind, you don't need to be on every channel or every platform. Do a regular posting on LinkedIn to engage with your professional network, and that is good enough. If you want to share more personal life or more personal stories with your audience, use Instagram or Facebook. Each platform has a purpose, so make sure you're using it in the correct way. Step 6, start guest blogs if you're not at a stage to create your own. So in early days, nobody really knows who you are, and that's okay. It is critical that you realize this early before it is too late, that you need to spend time on your own initial branding by being a contributor on other sites. So for example, I'm a contributor author for Thrive Global, right? So all these sites already has an audience, they already has a brand reputation, they already has traffic. So if you can leverage, if you can work with them, if you can be a guest author, or if you can be a contributor to their website and to their writing as a thought leader, it will help create your audience. It will bring you a massive scale of audience that wasn't there. And then you can drive this entire segment of people to your own website for your future publications. 7th step, seek out your mentors. Simply becoming recognized as an expert is difficult in the beginning, right? People do not know your value, no matter how much you're saying it, they do not agree, right? It happens sometimes. Find big players, big name players in the industry and collaborate with them. No matter how tiny the collaboration is, make it big. Like, talk about it. Their credibility will help you grow. So get a mentor or hire a consultant or get an expert, a branding expert, to train you, to tell you what are the ways, what are, like, to problem solve with you instead of trying to do it all by yourself. Because look, we are all good with certain aspects of things, but we can't master everything, right? So I'm going to give you an example. Like, I'm going to give you a few steps, DIY steps, for those who are stubborn and they want to create their own brand without any outside help. Step 1, fully update your social media accounts. Decide which social media accounts you're going to focus on and delete any old accounts that you no longer use. For the networks you will be using, make sure all your information is complete and accurate. It cannot be that you're seeing something else on LinkedIn and a different story on Facebook. It has to match, it has to be consistent. This will help you build traffic on your platform, on your network, and it will showcase your work. If you can remove any potential questionable content from past years, remember we talked about what is the content that you don't want people to see or know about, remove it. If you have the control of it, remove it or get it removed. And anything that you think won't have a positive content, positive impact, if you go live with your personal branding, list it down and then do damage control for it. Let's create a plan of what it needs to be done. Because when you start, you need to have a positive and a professional image in your industry. Point 2, identify your area of expertise. Everyone is an expert at something, whether it is content marketing or having crazy knowledge about the world or knowing your favorite TV show, everything about it. So it is time that you experiment a bit more. What type of content you have created that your followers have responded to most? Measure that, check it, and then slowly create the public related content that they like. The more unique and engaging your content is, the bigger the audience you'll get. More followers will start to join with you, and you will be like quickly recognized as a leader in your chosen field. Number 3, make posting easy with apps. Forget passwords. There are so many apps, you can't always log in, you cannot, it's very time consuming, and the security questions, it's tiresome. so many times. So to make your life easy, use apps like Sprout or Hootsuite or Buffer and connect all your social networks on that one app. This way, when you post like a particular content, you can keep it consistent, and at the same time, you can schedule the post. So removing the need to log in into multiple websites or forgetting to post on one website and posting on another, you can, by using this, you can schedule and make sure that all your content goes out in a most consistent format without any hassle. Point 4, share content on regular basis. In early days of you being active on social media, the more you post, more engagement you will bring. Today, however, like people who are already quite active on social media, it could lead to fatigue and annoyance that you already post so much, so why you need to like spam people. So you need to keep the line of communication open with the audience. So keep that balance. Don't spam them, but at the same time, please be active. So don't overshare or look desperate, but hit the sweet spot, like post around 3 to 4 times a week minimum. Like that's the minimum what you should be doing. And as a maximum, do not post more than 3 updates a day ever. Otherwise, it is considered spamming, and people tend to ignore you. It becomes more of a noise than the actual problem solving or actual content sharing that you're doing. Point 5, create and curate engaging content. So reposting other people's content is totally fine, and it is a smart thing to do, but it's not all what you should do. Have a mix of curated content and your own original content, so that people understand what are the things that attract you, what are the similar things that you resonate with by using other people's content. And with your own, they feel like, okay, you're a thought leader, you're sharing your values, you're sharing your knowledge, you're sharing your views and your opinions about the industry or the trends or what's evolving in the market. So it will help you a better start rather than trying to create the entire content by yourself. So number 6, import your contacts. So you might be amazed to see how many people you already know on social media networks, and they're already in your list. Okay, there may be tens or even hundreds of people whom you haven't connected with, like on, let's say, Gmail, but they are, sorry, on LinkedIn, but they are on your Facebook. So import all your contacts from Gmail or Outlook or whatever contact books that you have, and start inviting all of those, start connecting with all those people on each social media platform you want to be active on. For example, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter will allow to freely import each other contacts and share them on the platform, and it's very easy to do. Number 7, keep your posts positive. You know, some of these things you see on social media about, I don't call it, for the lack of a better word, I'm gonna call it drama. Let's not get, dragged into it. Like, if you wanna stay relevant, be more positive, create an impression of yourself that you're above those things, and the positivity is what you portray. It doesn't have to be all fun and sunshine, but it needs to have words or connotation of positivity rather than engaging in negative content. So it is said that people on social media, it's easier to get a bigger audience when you talk about positive content, which people are happy to interact with, rather than the negative one. This also talks about your professional attitude and your overall personality. talking about racial comments or religious comments or political comments, it can be a very slippery slope. You might lose major chunk of audience just because they might not share the same opinion, because these opinions are more personal than professional, I would say, and it's best to keep it to yourself rather than to share it with your online community. Let's talk about expanding. Point number 8, find and join groups. So Facebook and LinkedIn both offer thousands of opportunities of groups who are focused on different industries and topics. So you can search and find, like, narrow down groups that are linked to your expertise and that you're able to, where you can share some insights. Like, you need to be active and interactive on it. So social media groups can help you with multiple things. It can challenge and motivate you. It can push you to achieve your goals. It can keep you accountable on your actions. You can get new ideas. You can review feedback. You can gain confidence by listening and knowing about other people's story. You can expand your skills. You can test your knowledge. Develop leadership skills by listening to other people and seeing how other people interact. You can make friends. You can create a bigger audience, and you can discover new opportunities. So finding and joining groups might be tiresome. You might think it's overdone, but it's not. It's the most useful tip, and it always works. If you want a quick interaction with people, like-minded people in your own industry, joining groups is the best way forward. Point 9, keep your brand voice, image, and tone consistent. You probably already figured that out, as I have repeated so many times, that you need to be consistent with your brand persona. And if a popular politician suddenly switches, like a liberal party switches to a conservative one, you'll just quickly think like everything was a lie, like this person is not trustworthy, he's not consistent, like how can people change overnight? Like, it really disrupts your audience, people who are following you, and it messes up with your brain. So you need to remain consistent with your thoughts, your ideas, the way you present them, the way you interact with people, because the whole point of personal brand is for people to think that they know you, for people to see you as someone they understand, someone they know deeply and can connect with. Number 10, study influencers. So connect and collaborate with influencers is an amazing way to get your brand started, but it does take some time, and it takes like nice content to get more people on board, but it's something you must do. So LinkedIn is a great place to find and engage with other experts in your industry, and there are many influencer marketing tools available by LinkedIn itself that you can utilize for free and leverage your expertise and leverage their brand credibility to yours. So once you have found the top influencers in your area, analyze their network, see who they are connected to, see how many times they post, what kind of content they post. What is it that you can do to make your content better than theirs? When you list all these things down and you start implementing it, like putting 4 posts a week, you're already ahead of the game. So while we talk about how we do the branding, how we put on social media, how many times we have to post, you can blog, you can write a book, you can create your own website, you can contribute on other people's websites. All of this will not matter unless and until you measure your personal branding success. All you have to do now is, when you do this, do a regular checkup, like find what KPIs are there that you need to measure. I would like you to note this down. So when a sales convert, like how many times a sale has converted through your blog? How many leads have you bring in? Are you asked to speak at an event or a podcast or a webinar? Is it getting more or less than before? How many times people are not referring you to potential clients? How easy it is for people to find you online and connect with you? Are there any publications who are reaching out to you or inviting you for a guest blog instead of you going to them? And how many times people are mentioning you? Is it more or less? On which platform are they mentioning you? What is the engagement level? Is your follower increasing or decreasing? And what areas of the world you're getting most of the audience from? So when you set these targets and you measure your actions accordingly, it helps you deliver a better personal branding, a better personal brand to people that is more successful. So in conclusion, becoming the go-to, the hero, a recognized expert in your industry is not an overnight proposition. It takes time, and it takes patience, and it takes hard work. It's going to take a lot of hard work and effort to reach on the top, but it is possible. It is also one of the highest ROI activities you can pursue. Not at first, of course, but you have to invest time and money and work to slowly break through the crowded industry and create a place for yourself. You're going to have to look the part, not just talk about it, right? So when you put out content at this intense pace and you constantly meet new people, it helps you grow. And when you're looking a certain part, it is easy for people to believe what you're saying. It is easy for them to connect with you. Find a mentor or an expert who can help you avoid the mistakes that other people make. Look, we all make mistakes, and I'm sure we always find solutions to it. But if there's a better way of doing things, so I always suggest people to do that rather than test and trial method. Get an expert, get a mentor, take your help, the best way forward. Ultimately, becoming a recognized authority in your niche is definitely doable, as long as you put in all the work and effort into it. So here is the list of 10 tools that can help you in your journey to execute your personal brand online. All of these tools are mostly free. So brand yourself. It will help you create more relevant results on Google. Like when you search about yourself, whether is it about you or is it someone else with the same name, right? About me. It is a central place of all your online properties like LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, Google. You can get a specific action generated from their page, and it is free of cost. You don't even have to pay a penny for it. Social mention. So it is a social media search engine place where you can check what people are searching for and who is mentioned here. Like it's more on the management side of it. Who's talking is very similar to social mention, but they alert you when you are mentioned in there, or if there's a particular keyword that you're tracking, if that is mentioned in there. Name check. So to know if your name is available on social network, this is like the most useful tool ever because when we are creating our new profiles, we put so much effort. Okay, this is my user ID, and then we realize that, okay, fine, that doesn't exist. It's already taken. So doing a name check will help you with all that misery of finding out all the hard work you're doing, it's not paying off. So it makes it quicker. use Hootsuite as it manages and measures your social media presence. I spoke about it earlier on how it links all your accounts and how you can schedule posts so that you don't have to go on each app separately and, you know, do the repeat effort again and again. Use Google Alerts. So searching for a particular keyword you want to know about, Google Alerts is like one of the most useful tools that I use on a daily basis. Squarespace is the best place to create your own website. You can also create your website on, there's a site called Wix, but I would prefer their paid model than their free one. So you have multiple options to pick from, but yes, if you are looking for an easy way to create your website, then Squarespace is a very good option. Yasmi is the search on a phone number, email address, like profession and location of any person. So without the breach of privacy, any information that is public, Yasmi will provide that for you. And last but not the least is HubSpot. So all social media management software or any social media management help or expertise that you might need to execute your own stuff, HubSpot is your place to go. So these are my most useful branding tools, and I believe that people who are starting new with creating their personal brand and they do not want to hire experts, they are like those who want to do it themselves. These 10 tools will really help you, and it will make your life much easier than trying to figuring everything out by yourself. So this was all for the personal branding workshop that I had to share with you guys today. And before I hand it over to Vikas, I really want to thank all of you for taking out like so many hours of your time to attend this workshop. And I know that I shared a lot of content with you, which not everyone might have been able to note down. So I will be sharing this PDF with each of you in coming days so that you can always go back and make notes and help create your personal brand in a way that it creates an impact for you, because that's all it is about, right? So you can find me on LinkedIn in case you have any questions, but that's it for now. If you have any questions, do let me know. Over to you, Vikas.
Great, superb session, Chahat. I mean, amazing insights that you have shared. So guys, it is open for Q&A. You can type your questions on chat, or I would request Rohit to unmute if there is a question that you want to ask over an audio.
Yeah, I think you can raise your hand and then I'll unmute the relevant person.
Hi, this is Harish Jain.
Hi, Harish.
Yeah, one question, Chahat. In your one of the slide, you mentioned maximum user base on social media is on Facebook, which is the best tool for the branding. But if I look at Facebook users are generally different in nature, not necessary to be in technical or cyber security space. So do you have any study or information where is the maximum base covering technical professionals?
So the technical professionals are mostly on LinkedIn. I said it while I was showing that slide. So I'll just like re-emphasize on it now. Is while the major social media audience is on Facebook because it's been there longer, but based on your profession, based on your audience, and the kind of content you want to share, like if it's a professional content, you want to share it on LinkedIn. If it is something you want to share on a personal level, like you want to share your thoughts and views, then the Facebook is your platform. It's based on the content or how you want to connect with people. But yes, any professional services that we're talking about right now, or the industry we're talking about right now, LinkedIn is a major asset which you should leverage further.
Thanks, Shahat. Thank you.
Cool.
Hi, Chad, this is Devashish.
Hi.
Just a small concern, not a concern actually, just a question.
Yeah.
Blogs would be one of the things that I would be interested in knowing further. Would it be recommended to put it in one's own website and then post a link onto various websites like various portals like LinkedIn or Facebook? Or is it good to post the blogs directly onto these sites?
So you're talking about having a personal website, right? And generating content on it. Okay, love it. Cool. So yes, it is more feasible to have, if you're gonna generate content on the regular basis, right? If it's a constant thing that you're planning to do, then you should have your own website and then post a link of it on other social media channels, because that's where you're gonna get the, what do you call, the audience from, right? That's how you're gonna build your audience towards your platform. But if it is, let's say you're gonna post like once in 2 weeks, then I would say, if it's not a regular thing, if it's not a long-term thing, then it's better to do, like, use social media platforms rather than building your own website. Then it is not a very, it doesn't have a greater ROI. It's based on how many times is it that you're gonna post your content? What is the long-term value of it? And also, I would suggest you, if you're having your own website, please do collaborate with other bloggers, right? So that you can generate content on their website and attract their audience, and at the same time, bring them on your platform. That way, when you are collaborating with, let's say, XYZ person, and they're writing on your website, like they're collaborating with you on a particular topic, their audience will listen to it, and your audience will build a better trust on you. Like, it's leveraging their credibility on your own website.
Okay, great. Yeah. Thanks.
Cool.
Good afternoon, Murugan this side. Thanks for your wonderful presentation, sharing in short time. How do you compare it with the digital marketing, personal digital marketing with personal branding now? Because before internet, this personal branding was taking much show. Now after the digital marketing, what do you feel about it?
So digital marketing is mostly ads rather than having an organic audience. Digital marketing is when you go on Facebook and you see those paid ads of people, of their videos or their services that they're providing, right? When you're building your personal brand in the beginning, you don't need to do that, because that doesn't bring much returns. That brings returns not to generate audience, but to generate a particular action. For example, use organic people, use organic content. Do not spend money on digital marketing. Build content-driven marketing, which is like posting on, like writing a book, let's say, or being a guest blogger, or being very active on your thoughts on Twitter, on LinkedIn. And then once you have achieved, let's say, a level of, let's say, a rock star level, and if we go in that step, if you're at the rock star level, then you can pour in money to go on digital marketing. Then you can invest on Google ads. Then you can invest on Facebook ads. That's what the digital marketing is. That's when you can start sending out newsletters to people, because then they will know who you are. Then they already know what kind of values or what kind of content you generate. They would be more familiar with you. And when they search you, before, buying into your entire, let's say, services, or buying into your blog, or buying into your membership, they need to have enough content to generate that credibility. And that will come from your organic steps in the beginning rather than the paid, rather than digital marketing. I hope I cleared that.
Got it.
So,
Yeah, got it.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chahat. It's a fantastic presentation and very informative. I would like to know few names of the tools which we can effectively use to connect our different social media platform to, handle the post consistently, as you mentioned.
Yes. So you can use Hootsuite, or you can use, so Hootsuite is what I use a lot, because it's easier to schedule your post, and it it literally posts on all social media platforms in one go. So you don't even have to worry about, oh, like, have I missed something or not? So Hootsuite is one. Apart from that, let me go back on the slide and I can show you some more. Okay, it's not here, but the ebook that I'm going to share with you guys, I will add more tools into it, and I'll give you variations of each of them, because all of these are free tools. So when you are using them, leverage the free stuff which is available in the market. So Hootsuite is best for it. There are many paid tools as well if you want.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Shahad. This is Kunal. Thanks for the wonderful session, first of all. Just a query around a couple of things that you spoke about. One being unique, having a USP, and then second, you spoke about, continuously or probably regularly, sharing your thoughts or content over social media. Now, with plethora of content available on, LinkedIn, Twitter, tons and tons of posting each day. How does one ensure that, the stuff you're posting is unique and you're not actually following the street of people, who are just posting the content over there? So how do you make a, correlation between being unique and posting those contents over social media again and again, and ensuring probably, people find value in what you're posting?
Yes, of course. So mostly I create a content strategy when I am posting content. But I would say for, like, if we are not into that, if you're not into that strategic planning, then what we can do is find people in your own circle or your mentors or whoever, those who post content which has the most engagement. When you get, like, list down like every day, list on one post that you think did really well, and then start measuring it. Like, okay, he's talking about, let's say, what's happening in the news more, and that's where people interact with him, right? Start listing down whether he talks more about his particular skills or services, or he's focusing more on the company. What brings people attention? You don't have to be saying. So the uniqueness you bring to the table is now you know what content people like. Then, if it's the same audience you want to attract to, you say that content, like you bring in your personal opinion to the table in your personality. While, let's say, the person is being very calm and mellow, you talk about this entire content that, no, there has to be a need of change, and this is what we're bringing to the table. This is what I think. Your topic stays the same, right? Because now you know what topics are popular, what people are engaging with. But at the same time, it's how you say it, like the words you use, I was telling you about. Stick to your personality, trust me. When you do that, you have a better result. And also, I mentioned in quite earlier slides about how when you do content marketing, it needs to evolve with time, right? You'll have to test first week out as to what your audience, how your audience is interacting with it, whether the same strategy the other person used, whether it's working for you or not. And then you shift to the other ones. Like, okay, so you posted 3 posts, and out of which 1 post had the most likes or the most interaction. And it was not about what's going on in the media at all. It was more about, let's say, your views on life, for example. Like, in my perspective, being a brand strategist, I have no connection to, in a way, to mental health. But I realized the kind of content that people engage the most with of mine is about mental wellness. And that's how I have started using my personality, tone, and voice of branding into the content I share on social media about mental health, and bring branding and business strategy along with it. And that's how I leverage it. So it's the same thing you can do. It's trial and test method for the first few weeks. And within 3 weeks, you'll start seeing the results, and you'll have a better direction to go forward to find that unique value that you're bringing. Does it make sense?
Yep, it does. Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Chahat, this is Arunachalam. Very fascinating inputs. I just looked at the execution tools that you're shown here.
Yeah.
My question is, to be About Me and Hootsuite and HubSpot look similar. If we take Hootsuite and HubSpot, are they identical tools for managing and measuring the social media presence?
In a way, so HubSpot is more about any marketing tools that you would need or marketing queries that you may have. It's the best place to reference all your social media management softwares and information. While Hootsuite is more about the application, it will be more functional rather than guidance. Like it won't give you the guidance, it will give you the functionality of it, while HubSpot has the ability to guide you towards solving your problems, if that makes sense. Yeah.
How do these two compare with About Me?
About Me is very different. So About Me is, if you go online on About Me, you click on it, it talks about what is your profession? What is it that you like, it could be, let's say, painting, cycling, anything, right? What do you like in personal life? What do you do in professional life? And then it creates a page for you. It's your social media page. You can post on it, but it links all your social media page in one direction, like in one page. And here you can ask a call for action. The call for action can be when person comes on this About Me page, they click on it and they go on my Instagram. They click on it, they go on LinkedIn. They click on it, they go on your website. So it is more on the action driven. It's not about posting or managing social media or scheduling social media content.
Thank you, Chahat.
Yeah, cool.
Hello, I'm Ravindran.
Hi.
Good afternoon. I think it was an ice-breaking session now on the personal branding. In fact, I enjoyed a lot. I have one question actually.
Yeah.
See, you did mention about that ladder in reaching that personal branding part. I think from resident expert to the global superstar level.
Yeah.
How to monitor where I am, in which stage I'm in now?
So let me go back to show you what are the characteristics of each. If you're a resident expert, it is more about you're known in your own company, right? So
Okay.
it is all about your personal awareness of your brand, your work, who you are. While the global expert is, let's say, person who's not just famous in his own company or community, but all over the world. For example, if I talk about Oprah Winfrey, everyone knows her, right? That's a global leader. But if I talk about, let's say, Nivedita, she's in my company and she's a leader there because only people in my company knows her. The other level is when people, let's say in Delhi, start knowing her, right? And that's when you go a step higher. That's when you become a local hero, when your local community starts talking about you, people around you. That's your next level. That's when you start, like, it's, let's say you do one webinar in 3 months. It means you're a local hero. It means people locally know about you. Next level is rising star. Those are the people who are known, let's say, we say this person is best security specialist in Maharashtra, for example, right? That's the rising star. So there is a big regional group that is following you. You have more blogs. You have your own like crazy social media presence where people are interacting with you and they know about your work more. While industry rockstar is, let's say, Ritesh. Ritesh is the industry rockstar. People in US might not know him, but people in India, whoever you talk to, know him. So you measure based on your, your exposure to the market. How big of the market is it that you can influence? Based on that, you can measure which level you're at. Yeah?
Okay, I think it's well explained. Thanks a lot. So I have to do some personal evaluation based on this criteria.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Once again, Murugan this side. Do you recommend any reference books, anything?
Oh, books. There are a lot of them.
Maybe few
I
topmost in your mind.
I really cannot pinpoint any at the moment, but personal branding books is not. I can't like literally point my finger at it, but there are many blogs that I can share my link. I can share the links with you guys on LinkedIn, and I will also go through my entire library behind me and find some books for you, and I'll list down which books are good for which aspect, because not every book has covered like all aspects of personal branding in the nicest possible way. So you just take like tiny elements for each of them.
Thank you.
All right. Any more questions, guys?
Chahat, I think there are some questions on a Q&A tab. If you can take a look there.
Okay.
Hello, Chahat.
Hi.
Hi, this is Sailesh Pachori. I would like to first I would like to thank you for such wonderful event. I would like to know 3 successful mantra of you as a personal branding from your side.
3 successful mantras of personal branding is, one, I always say, is be consistent. Whatever you do, whatever you say, it needs to be consistent. I think that's the most important rule that I follow and I'll ask everyone to follow. Other one is create a visual identity. When I say create a visual identity, it means how you dress, how you present yourself to people, how you talk. That really matters. So it needs to match with what your end goal is. If you want to be a global superstar in the end, you need to talk like a global superstar so that when you eventually get there, people still resonate with you in the same way. The third one, I always tell, like even I do that, is like get collaborations. If you ever want your personal branding to grow, you should know how to execute it well. And that's where collaborations really matter. The collaboration can be with experts, it could be with different companies, it could be just on LinkedIn, it could be a group that you join, so a certain association with a particular brand. And slowly, you will see that you're going from one brand association to 2, to 3, to 4, to 10. And your own brand will start generating value from it, much more than in any other way you can.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi Chahat, Bhavesh this side. First of all, thank you for this wonderful session. Just have a small, query.
Yeah.
Why those individual brand who come up with a humble background is more popular always than people came from a sort of a good background or rich background, but both has given their best effort.
I can't believe you asked me this question because I answered this question 2 days ago to one of my clients. So it's a very valid question. Yes, you're right. That yes, humble stories are more popular because as humans, we always root for like underdogs. We want like people from nothing to do something. It gives us hope. But it's not always successful in every industry. You won't find that story in like people who establish themselves as, let's say, rulers. They never talk about a humble background with that personality, even if they have it or not. They always present themselves as a strong, stable, a sense of richness in them, or a sense of, I don't know, a sophistication, kind of sophistication in them, rather than, pauper to king story. So here the purpose is not about what most people resonate with. It's about what does your audience want to resonate with. Even if you don't have, the underdog story, if you want to appeal to the same audience, talk about struggles, talk about how hard you worked, even when you had everything. Like I always tell people that no one has a perfect life. We are not sailing on ocean, like going in rainbows. We all face adversities in one time or another. If you come from, let's say, a very stable background or a rich background, as you said, then so what? Talk about, well, I did come from a rich background, but I realized this is the problem I wanted to solve. These are the struggles I faced while I wanted to solve those problems for others, or for myself, or for the community, or for the world. When you talk about your struggles, irrespective of your problems, it makes you more authentic. And that's what people resonate with. They want to see people work hard. They want to see, okay, fine, he deserves to be here because he worked really hard on it and he faced the same struggles we are facing. So it's good to add that solution story to your brand at that time. It doesn't need to be the origin story always. It can be just your vision and struggle towards building a better world. It could be that.
Great, Chahat. So that was the last question. I think we are running out of time. We were shooting it kind of. So let's stop over here. Otherwise, we'll continue asking questions. Okay, let me quickly share my screen. Okay, so share screen, desktop, share. One thing I quickly wanted to share was that why we had such a great session and why you are selected as Business Women of Year 2020. So congratulations, Chahat, from all of us. You are doing phenomenal. I mean, great session. And that's why you are there, right? On the Business View site. Great. So a lot of people are asking how to take membership of Elite CISO. So I'm just gonna quickly show it one more time. So guys, go to Elite CISO's website, click on membership. The website is elitecisos.com. And if you're a corporate CIO or CISO, you can simply just fill this form and we will add you in the respective groups, okay? And the discount that I talked about for a workshop. So next week, we are starting with cyber insurance workshop. It is 6 hours workshop, 3 hours on Saturday, 3 hours on Sunday, starting at 10 o'clock. And if you want to register for it, you can click on the register now button. This will take you to a payment page. The non-Elite CISO member price is 5,000 rupees. So the discount we are giving today is, if you are even not a member of Elite CISO, you can register with member price, which is 2,500. Okay. And in the Elite CISO chapter city, you need to type personal, or you can type persona, Persona. This is what you need to type if you are not the member of Elite CISO groups and you want to avail the 2,500 rupees pricing, right? That's what you can do. And after that, so we do these weekly events. And next week we are doing an event with info blocks. So you want to register for that, simply go to Elite CISO website, click on events, click on upcoming events, and you can click over here and register for it, okay? And the last thing is, if you want to get the CPE certificate for the session that you have attended today, what you're gonna do is click on this CPE certificate link. This will take you to a Google form. Enter your email address, enter your full name, and the password is Persona. It is all small, Persona. Enter persona, and you will get a certificate, something like this, okay? That's what you can use as your CP credit hours. I'm also going to put the password on chat for you guys, okay? So the password is Persona, okay, all small. And with that, that's all from our side. And thank you everyone for joining in. Thanks, Chahat, again, phenomenal session. We'll be in touch. And a lot of people are asking about sharing the slides and sharing the video. So that is something we will do. We will send it to all participants and the video will go on Elite CISO's website. Okay, guys, thanks for surviving 4.5 hours. Go ahead and enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Bye for now. Bye, Chahat. Bye, everyone.
Hey, everyone. Bye-bye.